to order the Everett City Council retreat of January 28, 2022. Deb Williams, will you please take the roll?
Mayor Franklin.
Here.
Council members Arlingo.
Here.
Council member Tui.
Here.
Council member Schwab.
Here.
Council member Ryan.
Here.
Council member Vogely.
Here.
Council member Fossey.
Here.
President Stonecipher.
Here. Thank you. And I'll just take a few minutes to give a few preparatory remarks. First of all, I want to thank my council colleagues for being here on a Friday night for this retreat. I was glad we were able to find a date that we could all meet together. Mayor, thank you to you and your team for also being here. I see Susie Haugen from Finance, David Hall from Legal, Lori Cummings is here from the administration, and also Nicole Weber. And Pipa, thank you for being here to keep us all looking on film for our citizens and residents who are watching us. We're here tonight to talk about council procedures. We have a slate of new council members, and the council procedures that we've been operating under for, I think, about the past decade, maybe a little bit less than that, came about as a result of council getting together over time. We were operating kind of without formal procedures because the council, the city charter does not require any specific procedures for council. And so these council procedures have been cobbled together over time. Certainly some of the procedures we have we're not following. We knew we were due for an update and have just been waiting until we got the new council seated to do that. So I'm very happy that you can all be here to help us think through how we run our meetings and do the Everett residents' business. So that's what we're here to do tonight. Deb Williams, thank you so much for organizing us all and for being here to take minutes and notes and make sure that we all get everything that we talk about gets captured so that we can move forward and make the changes that we need to make. The idea is that once we come up with our ideas for changes to the procedures, the city legal team will take that and help us revise the document, and then that will come back forward to the council at a council meeting for formal action. So that's the process that we'll be following. We may not resolve everything tonight, and any business that we need to table, we can take up at a later council meeting for some kind of mini sessions. With that, I want to introduce and turn the meeting over to Jennifer Gregerson, who has agreed to help us organize and facilitate our meeting. She probably needs no introduction, but Jennifer is former mayor of Mukilteo, was there for many years, so she understands our business and how councils interact with administration. So I'm very thankful to have you here, Jennifer, to help lead us through our discussions this evening. So with that, I'll just turn it over and be a participant.
All right, awesome. Well, I appreciate the chance to help facilitate your meeting, and my goal is to not really talk very much, but just kind of make sure that everyone is heard and that we stay on track and get through the items that I spoke with Council President Stonecipher about in advance, that we get through all of that. So yeah, so I'm used to using the raise hand function in Zoom. I know you guys maybe haven't done that very much. If you want to try using that, I would be, there we go, good practice, Councilmember Schwab. That's helpful to me because then I know, who wants to speak next, and they're in order too. But if you want to just raise your hand and wave at me, that is okay too. I'll be staring at the screen and trying to track all of you. And then I think Council President kind of referred to this, but of course, if there might be deeper discussions that you guys want to have that we won't be able to delve into tonight. So I will be kind of identifying those and maybe tagging them as, that was good, but we're going to save that for another evening. And then, yeah, so I'll try to make sure that we take a break around 6. That'll probably be in the middle of the committee structure stuff. So I'll just try to kind of watch for where there's a good time for that. I mean, you guys don't need to introduce yourselves to each other. So I think that is the beginning of the introduction piece. So we can just kind of move into the first of our sort of like 4 other agenda items. Depending on which documents you're using, if you have the one link that has like a little short agenda, it's kind of the second page of that, and it's titled Retreat Goals Review. These aren't goals for the retreat. They are more like last year's goals. So for new council members, you guys were probably aware of them, you know, last year as candidates, but it's a good reminder just for what's in place now. So not necessarily digging into these too deeply or having a long conversation about them right now, but that's sort of a global we, council president with some input from the mayor and staff, wanted to make sure that you all were aware of these because they're of course what the staff are using as they are working right now until the council has a chance to develop new goals. So they may not hit all of the things that you think are important, or they may have too many things that you don't think are important, but they're certainly what's in place today. So retreat, you know, you should be thinking about goals for the future, but you will dig into them, I guess, at another time. So are there comments or discussion on those right now? It's sort of more just a heads up, like take a look at them, know that that's what staff are using until you guys change them. But if there's not, that's okay too. Okay. All right, well, we will just go to the next kind of big chunk. Or maybe I'll just flag the third page of that document is the Everett City Council a shared purpose. That's another thing that was developed, I think, just last year, but it might predate that just last year. Another document we're not redrafting tonight, but I think is a really great starting place for a future discussion of just sort of how council works together and how you want to do that. So kind of good like mission, vision, values stuff. So that's just in there for your reference. Okay, now we'll go to the meat of the next discussion. We have the council procedures to get to as well, as council president mentioned, but first off the committee structure. And so I think you guys have the committee assignments, so you're aware of that. But I think our goal is to have a conversation now about how these committees will function, how you might report back to the full council and keep everybody in the loop, make sure that committees are tracking along with the overall priorities, or at least a majority of the council where the priorities are. And then I think eventually making sure that the procedures match how the committees are operating. So I know council president has thought a little bit about how the committees might operate, kind of just those fundamentals, like how do you meet, how often do you meet, how do you report back? So she might have some thoughts to lead off with, or the floor is really open to anybody that is like, I got a vision for this, and what do you guys think about this concept?
Well, I'll just jump in that I had sent, when the committee's structure came out, we were talking, I sent a memo with that. And so I kind of outlined how I thought that it could work. And I had also spoken with Mayor Franklin about sort of the big picture of this, but I would certainly welcome any input on refining that or thinking about, is that actually going to work? There were 2 factors that were brought to bear in thinking about how this would work, and I want us to keep those in mind. One is, how do we do business in public so that the public sees what we're doing and gets to see how we deliberate and work through issues? I think it's really important to have that transparency. And then we're weighing that off. How do we minimize the tax on city directors' time and city staff time, and just make sure that we are utilizing, when we're working with them, that we're working with them in the most efficient and effective ways. And so we're just trying to, because their time is limited, we want to make sure that we aren't all contacting them separately. So those are just the 2 kind of competing factors. We want to do as much work in public, and we also want to make sure that we're not, overburdening the administration with our desire to do particular work. They've got their day job, and we want to be respectful of that at the same time, bringing forth new ideas if we need to. So enough from me.
Councilmember Tui. You're still muted.
There I am. Okay.
There you go.
So I just kind of want to run through how I interpret all this. And I really do like the idea of how this is laid out. I think it's great to have a team of council members on these issues. I think they're really important. I did really miss that about last year, not having a committee to really kind of bounce some thoughts around with. So what I see as chair of homelessness and housing, that I would work with staff to establish meeting times, and that would be on a regular basis. I believe this was one that is high enough importance that we would meet on a regular basis. And then I would get the other two council members, make sure that that was a good time for them. And we would first meet with staff, and then we would make sure that, and I think everybody's got their appointments as far as committees that they would attend in addition to our homelessness and housing committee. And then when we meet or when we go to other committee, if other, say, the other council members go to, say the Alliance for Housing Affordability, they would report that findings or that, what happened there to the full council. And probably as chair, I would report what we did with homelessness and housing as a group. And if I didn't get everything, then they could pop in there, but I would be responsible for reporting back to the board or the full council, excuse me, that. And then on the other side, I have public safety as chair, and that is an ad hoc committee. So I know we're waiting on some more information on certain things as far as some of the projects for that. But again, I would sit down with the chiefs and see if there were issues that they needed the committee to look into, and wait for maybe the police study or the other things that are happening with the RFA. And then we would report those back to the full council when we had more of that information. So I think that's what I got from your notes, Council President. And let me know if I missed something on that. I just want to make sure that my role is clear to myself.
All right. Well, I have some other hands that maybe have, I think Councilmember Tui, I think what you said is what I've at least spoken with Council President about, probably is what she's got in mind. So Councilmember Vogely, go ahead.
Where I find that I need direction is actually giving the reports. I know that we have, council liaison reports at the beginning of every meeting. And I feel like, well, actually, I think last week, everybody had a nice lengthy report on things. I have been uncertain just how long I'm supposed to go and how much information I'm supposed to put out. It's like, well, I went to the meeting, or I went to the meeting for 5 minutes, or I went to all of these meetings for 20 minutes. And, so with all 7, 8 of us being very thorough, does that change how we make our schedule? Like, do the people really want to hear about all of the things that we've been doing at the beginning, or do they want to talk, the people being the residents? Anyways, that's where I am. Like, I want to give information, but I'm not sure how much.
Yeah, this is a good thing to have feedback or to have discussion about. So, Councilmember Fossey.
Hi, so in listening to Councilmember Tui talk specifically about like the public safety committee, she spoke about meeting with the chiefs and the police to see if they have something to report back, and then she would report it back to council. And I guess I have a little bit of confusion on the kind of one-sidedness of that kind of structure, and if the committees are going to be more interactive and more problem solving, since we are in charge of creating these kind of policies to improve things. And I know is that something that these committees are going to be diving into and addressing, and where's the direction on that? Are the goals going to be set? A little bit more specifics on those?
Yeah, my thought was that like for the housing and homeless, I would meet with staff and figure out, lay out the plan and meet with and get dates for you guys. And also, I don't know what the issues are the chiefs may have for us, and there may be some that we think of ourselves, but certainly to go into a meeting without any agenda seems like I wouldn't want to do that to the council members or the staff. So just a preliminary meeting with them to kind of lay out some of the timing of issues, and then have meetings to really delve into any of the topics. So it wasn't necessarily just to get a one person report. It was more to kind of lay out a roadmap for future meetings and what they need from us, and then we can see if there's additional things that the council would also like to have a conversation about.
Does that answer your, or is that good input? Did you have more to add, Councilmember Fossey, or just kind of contemplating it?
I'll let some other people speak first.
Okay. There is probably a balance too with like what that first meeting looks like meet with the chiefs, think about a schedule, see when there's some kind of decision points coming versus what the ongoing process is too. So that's maybe that would help resolve, but I think it is a concern of yours. So Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to share some of my thoughts up front here. It would be nice by the end of the evening here if that we could determine what the expectations are for a committee meeting versus a council meeting versus the council committee reports. I mean, I would suggest that if we talk about the issues in depth at a committee meeting, that we could just encapsulate just a summary during our council meetings. I also agree with Councilmember Fossey about a clear agenda. I think that's going to be key for the committees. Also, what's the expectation of a committee? What do we want to accomplish? And then also, I also would like kind of some expectations about communication. I think it was a good point that we brought up about committee reports or liaisons report by each of us at the beginning. I see that maybe as some time sensitive information, things that weren't brought up in a committee, things that are of public interest, things that may be in between committees. And like right now, I made a kind of a lengthy report on legislation, but we haven't had a committee meeting, and the agenda is moving fast. So I guess it depends on the subject matter, depending on the pace of the information. I want to make sure and keep you guys informed about what's going on. Also, I think when it comes to committees, so I don't mean to dump the whole dump truck here on everything, but we definitely want to, I know it's ad hoc and that we have standing committees. We definitely want to put a schedule out pretty far out. I mean, I don't know how far out, but as far as we can. I'll just stop there. Those are some of my thoughts. Thanks.
All right, yeah, thanks. Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yeah, a couple of things. I think there are some really good points brought up, but a good example so far, a couple of days ago, because it was a few days ago, Councilmember Vogely called the first of our meetings with respect to parks, and Councilmember Ryan and I attended in. I guess it's maybe a nod to the foresight of Council President Stonecipher and Mayor Franklin. They briefed us a little bit about this before taking office, and they were clearly thinking ahead about this. That structure so far seems to be working. The meeting we had with Chairperson Vogely on the parks went well, and I think a good start for it was the department heads coming to us with what they had already thought of as some of the principal issues, the things they were going to need direction and decisions on. I've spoken with a couple of directors that are part of my infrastructure and transportation. We'll be setting up a meeting on that soon, and I think they're ready to come with some really specific things. They replied to my reply to them almost immediately with several of those. So thanks for that initial setup in this. I think that's headed in the right direction. What we need with respect to reporting out, timeliness, I'd probably defer to Councilmember Schwab's reports in terms of timing in the near term, because that's all time critical. That's all stuff that's happening in this short 60-day session. So I might push back, especially with transportation infrastructure. That's not as urgent. Part of that is, I think, good judgment, and part of it to me is focusing on the things that are either critical in terms of decisions that are coming up, policies that need to be settled on, or in terms of what those organizations are going to be doing and what our job is in it. So I feel like this is a good start. I am particularly interested in the reporting priorities, because that's going to be important for us for public involvement, for them listening to the appropriate amount of us presenting. Thanks, that's all I had.
Council President Stonecipher.
Sorry. Well, hearing this, I think one thing that could be helpful to consider is the Planning Commission, for example. There are 3 ways that an item can get on our Planning Commission's agenda. One is that the planning department says, hey, we need the Planning Commission to do X work. The other can be something from a planning commissioner. The committee can say, hey, we want to work on X project. And then the other thing can be, for the Planning Commission, it can be something that comes from the city council or the mayor's office to say, hey, we want you to work on this work. And I'm wondering if for our committees, we could approach something similar. There's obviously part of the agenda will be driven by the department to say, hey, we need to work on, these items. These are our priorities for this year. The second would be from the committee itself. Hey, because I think most of you are assigned to committees that you expressed an interest in. So I'm assuming you have some ideas about what type of work would be done there. So maybe you bring forward that with your committee members and say, I'd like to work on this type of policy. And then the third way would be, if something comes up in the past, when we had more formal committee structure, the council president would say, hey, this issue's come up before the body. I'm going to assign this to the X committee and have them do the work on it and bring us back something for consideration. So that could be a helpful way for us to organize that work. And I'd love to see kind of those work plans developed at the committee level and shared with the rest of the council, so we can all see, oh, that's cool. They're working on that one thing that I was interested in. I don't need to worry about that now. They've got it. And the other thing I'll say is perhaps we could consider a specific time in our agenda. If a committee says, hey, we've got a report, that could be published on the published agenda at some portion of that in some way.
Councilmember Ryan.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree a lot with what President Stonecipher just said. The way that I've been approaching it as still new, and just my best guess going into it is that For example, I'm the chair for the Economic and Cultural Vitality Committee, but I'm also the point person for the Library Board and the Parks Board. So I've been approaching it as that as the chair for Economic Cultural Vitality, it's my responsibility to keep my finger on the pulse of all things economically and culturally vitality, exciting things that are happening in the city. And that's my job to like keep my ear out for that, keep my focus on that, explore options, work with staff regarding that issue area, and that I'm relying on other council members for their assignment areas to do the same. And when there is something that either comes up in my district or something that intersects with any of the issue areas that I'm the point person for, that they would let me know for that matter. And then specifically for the liaison assignments for the different committees that I've been assigned to, then when I do go to those meetings, just giving a report back at the following council meeting with some of the highlights, some of the things that I think other council members would be interested in, some things that I think that the public would be interested in, and either like council member Zarlingo mentioned, just using our best judgment of how in depth we need to go to either for time sensitive matters or just for content purposes. So that's the way that I've been approaching it, and just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
All right. All of you have talked a little bit about the idea of the report back, and I think Councilmember Ryan and a couple of maybe Councilmembers Lingo are right in that it's kind of like a cultural feel, like, am I losing the audience? Have I talked too long? Should this be written down? I think it's hard to say like right now, like we're gonna say you get 2 minutes, and then after that, like it's not important to us anymore, right? You can't. It's hard to say that overall, but ideally, it's something where you can like sort of read the room, read the group of you, and maybe something Council President can, if it feels like these things are kind of out of control, we spent 30 minutes on reports and we haven't gotten to the rest of our agenda, then then you can have a shift, right, at the sort of mid-year if it is an issue. I think I don't know, we haven't talked about the like, are the meetings run just like these, so they're completely open, or are they don't necessarily have to be. It would seem like at least making sure that the agendas are public so the rest of council, even if the reports are slim potentially at times, you can still see the agenda of what was discussed. Mayor Franklin, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't remember who said it, but whether it was Paula or somebody else, Councilmember Ryan, sorry, I always, in workshops, I think by first names, not by formal. You can call me Cassie tonight. But I like the idea of publishing it on the agenda if there's going to be a thorough report out. I think in the past just couple of years, when there's been meaty report outs on something that council members are doing, I've often thought, I'll use Sound Transit as an example. Now I'm the representative for Sound Transit, but when former Councilmember Roberts used to give those report outs, they would be really lengthy. And I'm thinking, wow, that should have been an agenda item. And so I think that is something that would really benefit the public. And as I know, transparency is a goal for this council for sure. It's certainly a goal of our administration. So if we had committee report outs or big meaty topics, I think those should be published on the agenda. And I think that if it's just a brief, hey, I went to the library board and now they're doing this and it was very interesting and exciting, those are under comments. So, but I know sometimes that's hard, as I've given lengthy comments before too, as sometimes something comes last minute, and I think that's where the wiggle room is, but just wanted to jump in and offer my support of that.
Councilmember Vogely.
That reminds me, I really like that idea to put it out. And I remember when I did a PowerPoint and I didn't get permission, and it was a thing. And that made me curious, how does a council member put forward a detailed report, because usually we're getting the slides and the PowerPoints and everything from staff, but yeah, so that would be put on the agenda. It would have to go through committee first. is that even where we are right now in our discussion? But I think so, because yeah, I like the idea of having a lengthy report out on the agenda so that there can also be questions asked by colleagues, right? Because usually on liaison reports, it's like, here it is and nothing. So, and I've been an advocate for discussion. And so, yeah, putting it on the agenda, I think would enable some discussion about it. So that's all right now.
All right, Councilmember Zartlingo.
Yeah, that brings up a really good point, and maybe a process thing that we can establish. I'm not quite sure how late agenda items can be added before our meeting, but having something of some significance, whether it's text or whether it's a PowerPoint or a particular graphic or something, having that in then the agenda means then that it'll be in front of the council members, and if there's a desire to go into it in detail, it can be, but that gives us the flexibility of saying, well, if it's just a single point or two to cover, we can do that. If we need to push it back to the next week, then it's in front of everyone and it's in front of the public. So that supports the openness, but it gives us the ability in a meeting to say, oh, well, you know, yes, we have time. We're going to devote a little extra time with this because it's time critical, like the legislation, for example. Or if we can say, no, we're going to defer that, that's clearly way too long for this meeting. So maybe we can, that may be a procedure rule that we can have where we set a deadline. If you're going to put something in the agenda, it has to be by a particular date, and that agenda is fair game to put in a PowerPoint or a text or a diagram or something like that.
I'll just say the
Yeah.
agenda is published on the Thursday before the meeting. We can add things if they're not action items or official.
That was what I thought. I know
legislation.
that things have been added before, and what I'm not
Yeah.
sure is you know, I want to make sure that we are transparent and we're giving the public appropriate warning, but if it's not an action item, then it might be nice to have the flexibility to, as maybe as late as Monday afternoon or something, that we can submit something that goes, if we want to submit something, you know, if there's a reason to submit something that's got detail, and that way the council and the particular representative or council member can say, look at the agenda for this in detail, I'm only going to cover this point. Or if there's a desire to cover that in detail, we'd have that in front of us.
And I think Deb would say 24 hours before the meeting is.
It looks like Lori has her hand up. I bet you she has an answer to that.
I think our team, including Deb, is very nimble, and we do our best if there are some last minute additions to the agenda. Just one point I wanted to make for council to think about is we have a hard stop on the agenda that is printed for the Herald, which has traditionally been printed on a Saturday or a Sunday. And I believe that the council has expected, council has, thought that the public needed that much notice. So if it was a really meaty topic, we'd have to recognize it would not necessarily have been published in the Herald. And I still think there's room, but that's just another component to the transparency I believe that we're all working towards with the public.
Well, and certainly for action items, that seems absolutely critical, and maybe the flexibility can be a little more for things that are just discussion.
As a person who used to prepare agendas, I would recommend that you might set like a Wednesday meet deadline before the council meeting, which is much farther back than you're talking about. But so for one, that gives an extra day to staff and council president to say, oh, wow, this sound transit report is kind of intense. Let's push this stuff. Like these things are not as time sensitive. Let's pull them off of this agenda because this topic's big. And then as Lori said, it allows for that, the public notice that I think you're asking for. Now, if it's more like, I just wrote up a little memo about what happened in, the planning committee, can this sort of be in the packet as one little item, then, then that flexibility, Councilmember Zarlingo, that you're talking about that's probably fine. But I think if you're thinking of those, like a PowerPoint, like Councilmember Vogely said, I think I would say you want that earlier date so that it can really kind of follow the process that you expect the staff to follow to prepare things for your agenda. Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, I think there are definitely some things coming up this year that will require, a briefing through the committees and staff. And I think that it'd be great to have the committees, also talk, when we have a briefing on, say it's the RFA, we have more information or something. And then obviously staff's going to have to be very involved with all the technicalities of some of these briefings. But I definitely see where, and I think they would maybe need more time. I'm not sure, but Cassie's freezing, nodding her head. So, but I think it's a great idea to work with the staff on some of these issues, to come forward and hear what the committees have to say also about them when it's presented. So,
Yeah. I know city staff always appreciates if they've presented stuff to a committee, to hear the committee members say, I remember talking about this and I agree with what's coming forward. It's always useful. Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, I was thinking about the committees and back to this expectations. I would think any subject matter that requires an in-depth evaluation of a proposal, that it definitely should go through a committee. I guess one of the litmus tests I was thinking about would be, well, that's a long presentation from staff. I like the idea of having a more in-depth, using staff in the committees, and perhaps they wouldn't need to attend so many council meetings. There goes one of the objectives of not wearing them out. So I think we could use the committees for a lot more in-depth information.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important, right? If you guys are going to decide to spend a bunch of your time, with a small group, the idea is that you're going to be able to dig in deeper and not just dig in deeper and then dig in deeper again with the full council, but that you kind of trust each other, that you've done that extra work. And not that you can't ask questions about stuff that's not in committee, right? But, ideally that's how that's.
And we have a lot of heavy lifting I'm going to do as a council this year. So I'm going to be really relying on this group and the mayor's staff for a lot of important issues. We all have only so much capacity to deal with every little issue. So I'm going to be really relying on this team, whether it's the housing, the homeless, the budget, the RFA, the list goes on and on. So it's going to be really important this year that we as a group rely and trust each other. So, and I think this is the group that can do that. So.
Yeah, the heavy lifting comment is reflective of, something I'm going to have to keep in mind myself, not go too long, not go too much detail, focus on the things where we have issues where we're trying to make choices, because we got so many of those to make that'll probably occupy all the bandwidth we have.
And there's bound to be, sorry, I didn't raise my hand. And there's bound to be disagreement. So trusting within our disagreement, right? And that kind of, is it ever going to be no, you cannot put that on the agenda because we're just not going to talk about it because I don't want to, I'm just, that's a curiosity of mine. And so I just know that there are some differing opinions for sure, which is fantastic. And we need to recognize that and also be able to trust each other with those differing, sometimes even just head butting style. We haven't had it yet, but I know it's coming. Anyway, so yes, I do really like what you've just said, Councilmember Schwab, that there is heavy lifting and I need to trust you. So.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, this might be, it's like half baked, so I'm going to do my best. So I think I might be getting into semantics, but I've been approaching this as these different issue areas are our assignment areas, and now we're shifting to talking about a committee structure. So I've been thinking of it more as like anything under the umbrella of my assignment area would be something that I would be looking into, but it wasn't necessarily like a specific prescribed committee that would be proactively working on issues. So I guess my question is for everybody is like, are we thinking about having like a monthly cadence of meetings that are committee structure, and we're looking into things that the city could and should be doing within those issue areas? Or is it more of when things like the pros plan shows up, are we diving into the policy to take a look at it and see if it's a good fit for our city? So are we having things come to us, or are we pushing things back out? I think that's my thought.
Yeah, it's true. It says assignment areas, right? Mayor Franklin, what are your thoughts there?
I just want to, this is the first time in our history as a city that we've had 8 committees. And so when we're thinking about timing of the work, if the council wants to meet in committees and discuss things without staff, I think that is completely up to council as to the cadence and frequency of those meetings and length. But when it starts to involve staff, we are going to be very resource scarce because it's something that, so this is a new structure. I'm excited about it. I think it really makes sense. It's honestly a combination of the pilot that we did last year and committee structures of the past. And I think that is a really good direction. I think it's going to be great for this collaborative leadership model. And I think this is going to be great for this really engaged council. But my role will be to figure out how we can do this with staff, because unlike other forms of government, you are unstaffed. You have a hardworking council administrator, but we do not have a whole bunch of other staff for each of you. And so it really relies on the staff that I have that are doing all the work already. And so if we want to pull them into committee meetings, it changes my work plan for the team. And so it's just something I want to think about, where to me that leans more towards, if we've got a big meaty thing like the pros plan, that should go through a committee, that should be discussed in depth with the committee. But if we have other items that are just coming up, that might not be staffed, I guess, because it's outside of the work plan that's currently in progress, until we can all agree that that belongs in the work plan. So just some thoughts.
It kind of comes back a little bit maybe to what Council President Stonecipher was talking about. How does something get to be an agenda or a focus in the assignment area or on a committee, whether it's a staff driven thing that's going to make it up to council eventually, or the committee, or council or mayor, et cetera. I think Councilmember Zerlingo, you might have had your hand up next. I'm just going to go to you, and then Councilmember Schwab.
I'll make it real brief, just that it's a cultural question. I'm comfortable myself if someone says, as they have to me many times, that's enough, that's, save more for later, or you're talking too fast, or you're talking too long. In the same way, I guess, Mayor Franklin, are your directors comfortable with pushing back and saying, well, we're going to have to prioritize, council member, because we only got a certain amount of time, or I'm working on this, is it going to displace something else? I would generally, coming from the private sector, encourage that, because I tend to want to be an organization that trusts each other that way and is kind of willing to push back. But I don't know the culture here, so that's a question I have here. What's permissible, what's normal, and what do you encourage?
I'll just add, so the directors report to the mayor, and so they are comfortable pushing back against me, but you all are very different. You are the council, and what we're typically used to doing is jump when you say jump. And so it's a very different type of, I can tell you right now, there's no way Ryan Sass is going to say no to you as a council member. He might come to me and say, Mayor, I'm concerned. And then I will have that conversation with you. But it's asking a lot of staff to push back on you as an elected body. I wouldn't ask that of them. that is would take, you know, kind of backwards 40 years of experience to them, that would tell them that that's not what they should do.
Okay, well, I will rely on you and other council members then.
All right, Councilmember Schwab.
This kind of goes back to the point I made earlier. If we're going to in depth into in a committee on a subject and we use staff time, I would hope that we wouldn't need that person to make further reports, or certainly if we need them, it'd just be a quick abbreviated report. I'd hate to see, just even for myself, to hear the same report again in a council meeting. So I think there could be some advantages in how we use the committee structure. Also, we're going to be sharing the committee information with the rest of the council members. So if I have a question about what's going on in another committee, and I know we have an action item to vote on, I would hope that I would go and talk and get my questions answered before we have that consent item up for a vote. So I think that would be my goal, would be to use the committees for that type of purpose.
And just for David's purposes, you wouldn't be talking to the committee members, because then you'd be creating a meeting outside of the council meeting. But you could do that during the council meeting, because if there's 4 of you, then that's a council meeting. So
well, if there's something that, well, there's a question, if there's something already brought up in the committee, and then I read the committee notes or agendas, can't I ask the question to get it answered?
So yeah, go ahead, David.
Could you clarify that question for me, Commissioner?
Well, if I review the committee notes or look at the agenda item and I have questions, can I ask them? Not necessarily in the committee, but can I send the other council members an email to clarify a question, or maybe the mayor's staff?
You don't want to be sending an email that creates communication among 4 council members.
Yeah.
You don't want an email that's going to create a communication among the 3 committee members and yourself, because then you have an illegal serial meeting.
Okay, so I could send it to the chair?
You could send it to the chair.
Okay, yeah.
The chair needs to be very aware, though, that they cannot then send that to the other 2 committee members.
So would it be better if I emailed the staff if I needed a question?
Probably
I'll do that. Yeah, okay.
Probably better. And I see our
Perfect.
facilitator shaking her head, so that gives me confidence. Maybe I'm right.
Yeah. So if I have some questions that come up in the committee that weren't answered, then I'll just ask the staff, the mayor's staff.
Sure. Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can always ask, send an email to Lori and ask staff. And then during a meeting, if you see it in the agenda and you're like, I know this is coming, can you guys make sure to report out on this? You could do that kind of thing too. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure Council President Stonecipher is next, so go ahead.
I think one of the kind of the age-old questions on a part-time council has been, how do you get something on the agenda? And I know we have council members here who have great ideas about things that we ought to be doing in our city. And I think what has not always been clear is, how do you get something on the agenda? And you see that reflected in the council procedures, where we had, if you need help from the city attorney, you had to have at least 2 council members that had an interest in that topic before you could have the city attorney help you work on legislation. It goes back to not having that policy staff. So we end up as part-time council members, kind of running our own research ops, and then trying to get somebody to help us figure out how that would fit into our city's code. And I was hoping that these assignment areas would help clarify that a little bit, that where 3 council members could come together and say, hey, we want to pass the plastic bag ordinance, is an example that came about a couple of years ago. How do we do that? Let's find the model legislation or get Deb Williams to help us research what other cities have done. Let's talk about what that means, and then when and how does that become legislation that will be acted on the council? I think that's a question that hasn't had a great answer.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, models where council member makes a motion at a meeting and tries to get a few votes to pursue an issue. I think when you set new goals for the year, that's a really good chance because it helps frame things, particularly for staff. And they can just ask the council president and just make it your job. But Councilmember Fossey, go ahead.
So with the addition and I completely agree with President Stonecipher on what she just said was an issue, but when it comes to the overlap of committees and purview, like, do we have something in place to address that? For instance, homelessness and housing, you know, some of those elements, like with COIC, can overlap into public safety, and topics can, you know, be kind of broad. So just any sort of guidelines or how we handle or address that.
Can I jump in? We had that in our previous committee structure. I'll use what was the traffic camera that the public safety committee was working on, but then the finance committee had to work on it. And so it was passed from one committee to the other and then back. And so I think there's some, you can, you know, you're absolutely right. There's going to be overlap, but I think you could just easily pass it. Okay, we're done discussing this, but we really think the public safety committee needs to discuss it too. And so you could pass it off that way. I think David Hall would have to help us understand at what point we would need to report to the public, and, you know, so that we don't have those serial meetings with the different committees. But we did it successfully before, so I know it works.
Well, and if if the committees are reporting out to the full council, that kind of resolves a little bit of that, a little bit of those issues. Like we're talking, we're three are talking about it at the same time. And, if you're reporting out, that is helpful. Councilmember Vogel.
Going back a little bit when Mayor was talking about, Schwab was asking about who to ask questions of, and yes, just ask staff. I think that we need to know who that staff is, because I tend to go to the person who knows and or who I think might know, but I think that the mayor likes us to go to Lori and Nick, and then, so could you just let us know more about what does staff mean in this response when we are asking questions?
Yeah, the answer is probably Lori, and then sort of giving her the authority to connect you with the right person, because she can balance workload, priorities, things like that. And maybe she just goes and gets the answer and comes back. But Mayor or Lori has your hand up. I can't, anyways. Zoom's saying, now I see your hand. Go right ahead, of course.
Oh, yeah. No, the mayor may have something to add as well. I would say, our ultimate goal is to as efficiently communicate questions to our department heads. But there is a lot of overlap, as Councilmember Fossey mentioned, between departments, between who's working on projects. And so I think the intent would be, by reaching out to Nick or myself or the mayor, we're able to really pinpoint who's best to answer this question. And so that's really the goal ultimately in this, not to be a roadblock and say all questions have to be screened by us by any means, but to be most effective and efficient with our council members' time also.
Yeah, you can reach out to all of us or one of us. It doesn't matter. Nick, Lori, and Cassie, me, meet every day, and all the directors report to one of us, and so we share that and can kind of discuss. And as Councilmember Fossey mentioned, there's so much overlap between departments, and it keeps us from having a director have to do all that running around. We can do that running around for them and get all the information. And sometimes we may respond directly, or sometimes we may connect you to that person who's best to response. The difference, I would say, is the committee chair. We tried this collaborative model, and I think maybe President Stonecipher has an idea too. The collaborative model was to try to give you more access to the subject matter experts for your area of expertise. So Councilmember Ryan is economic and cultural vitality. Councilmember Ryan should be able to call Dan Ernestine and talk about that directly with, it's always nice to copy Lori or me or Nick or all of us so that we know kind of what's coming. But we want that to have, but having 7 people call Dan Ernestine could be problematic. And so that's really what it's about. That's why, kind of going to one of us, we can get the answer quickly. We can connect you to the right people or person. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes and no. So all of us, meaning all three of you, and then is that permission then for the chair of a committee to go directly to that director?
Yeah. I mean, that's the idea, is that you would have a stronger relationship with that director. But it would be very helpful if you copy Nick or Lori or me. You don't have to copy all of us, because that way we can also, my job or our job together, because everyone reports to one of the 3 of us, is to balance their workload. And so it's important for us to know how much work they may need to dive into. Does that make sense?
Yep, thanks.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Yeah, I guess then that I think would mean then I need to put a kind of bone in my head that if I have a question, say on economics and cultural vitality, I think, okay, I should ask Councilmember Ryan about that first. She may know, she may already be working on that, she may be understanding the issues, or she may be able to nudge me and say, no, that's not a high enough priority right now. I'd ask you to wait on that, or something like that. Is that part of the process then, is first ask that chair?
Well, you could always ask Lori or Nick or me. So that.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably either works. If you're a chair, well, you all are chairs of one committee or another, or one assignment area or another. You just have to personally be responsible to make sure that you don't engage in a new conversation that extends that meeting that you had with those 2 other council members. So if you say, informational, like, you know what, we are doing it here, Lori, answer council members' questions about this thing, or let's talk more about it at council. You know what, this is, and I wanted to point out to Councilmember Fosse's comment that, if something is starting to overlap a lot of committees, it probably might be big enough that it ends up being a full council discussion, like not going to be embedded in a committee. Like that is possible too. Okay, talking too much. Who's next? Councilmember Ryan.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure if now's the right time to talk about it, but I feel like we're starting to overlap with constituent relations and how we should be responding to constituent relations. And I think that the discussion needs to happen about who the point person is to respond to a constituent. Because with districts, every single person in the city of Everett has a point person on council now. So whether they're writing about economic vitality or they're writing about public safety, is it the assignment area chair that should be responding? Is it their direct representative as their district representative who should be responding? And then I guess that also kind of bleeds into when constituent writes all of the council members. Is there a way to determine who should be responding, and whether it's based off of issue area or for if it should be their district representative who should be responding? And then in that case, where does that leave the at-large members with constituent relations and how they can contribute as well? So that's my big question.
Okay. I might note it and get back to it. I don't know. I'm going to go to Councilmember Schwab. He had his hand up most recently.
I was under the impression that the committee chair would be the person that would make the communication with the mayor's staff. And so in one of the committees, like infrastructure and transportation, my thought is I'm going to go through council member Zarlingo first. And I'll send him to go ask the questions. if I need to, but my thought is I'm going to go to that liaison or council chairperson first.
Do you make that comment because that's a committee that you serve on, or whatever?
Yeah, I'm on that committee, yes. And council member Zerlingo's the chair. So if I have questions about something, I'm going to go to him first. And then he can decide what he wants to do with it.
I would think that would be the process for your assignment area or that committee, that you work with your chair, because then the chair is probably deciding or coordinating meeting times and information and all that. I think some of the discussion has been more, if you're not on that committee, who do you turn to? And
I have a question about that too. Like, we got an email from someone about the little miniature train museum in Edmonds. And so I just picked one person on the council, not everyone, that I thought was their specialty, and say, hey, what do you think of this? I'm in favor of it. The end of that. So now they know how I feel about it and hope they would follow up on it if it's something they're interested in. So that was my original strategy going in. So if there's a subject matter, I'm going to go back to relying on that person. Paula brought up a good point. I would prefer that the subject matter expert or the chair of that committee deal with a particular issue. Now, I can always follow up with the constituent myself, like I say, if they're in the 3rd district, say, hey, did all your questions get answered? Is there anything more I can do? But I'm going to want to rely on the particular committee or that liaison to take care of that issue. I'm still not sure how to respond yet, how that's going to work. So I'd like that to be answered too.
Council President Stonecipher.
I'll give a little historical perspective on responses to resident and citizen inquiries. In the past, I mean, I'm a person who tries to respond within a reasonable amount of time to everyone who emails me. And you don't know I'm doing that because I don't copy the rest of council. I don't think that a lot of times I'm talking about my policy beliefs on something. And I don't think that, well, in the past, there were plenty of moments when I didn't want to share what I thought about something with the rest of the council members, frankly. And so I didn't. As an at-large member, I'm going to respond to everyone. But I think what I would like to propose is that if one of those constituent inquiries comes into the office, that we should have Williams, who's our coordinator, forward that to the appropriate city department or the administration to make sure that somebody official from the city will respond to an inquiry. If there's, again, it might be a departmental request. Does the city do this or that or the other thing? So there would be an official response from administration, and then I would propose that any council member could respond in any way if they wanted to. If a committee wanted to assign somebody to do that, fine. But in the past, it was really just up to the council member. I mean, we are elected by the people of our community, and you by your district representatives. And it's kind of the same way that I feel about neighborhood meetings. It's like, I'm not going to tell you what meeting you need to go to. You're responsible for figuring out to go to those meetings yourself, because those are the people that you represent. But I think same goes with the response. And if you are a district representative and somebody's emailing you from outside your district, you might not have time to deal with that. Just, somebody else may have to deal with that if they get an official response from the city, and then whichever council members prefer to respond can do so.
Councilmember Ryan.
Thanks. Yeah, I see it. My past work history, the way that it's worked with districts and with interacting with staff has been, I'm not saying that it has to be this way, but just for context, the way that it's worked with regards to issue areas is if a constituent wrote in about a zoning code, and that would be under planning, so Councilmember Fosse's assignment area, I would prefer emailing the department head, CCing administration, with the question, and then also CCing Councilmember Fosse. So instead of me assigning Mary a task to do for me, she would just still be in the loop on information that's gathered, process that happens, and so that she can keep track of what's also going on in her issue area, but without me asking her to do additional work on top of her already full plate. So we would usually work it out that way. And then as far as districts go, I think that like for me personally, I'd rather be the point person to respond to a constituent inquiry, whether it's getting in touch with staff and CCing the issue area, assignment area chair to gather information, then put the response together and get back to the person who lives in my district of like, here's staff response, let me know if you have any more questions, I'm here to help. That's usually the approach that I take with my other constituent relations positions. So that's my 3 cents for the day.
Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Ryan that a lot of the questions really have to go back to staff in some way, because they're maybe questions about, well, when is this sidewalk going to be, when are they going to do this? When is the city going to do that? And so it's a lot of issues that, we don't have, the knowledge of. And so, but I like the idea of CCing the chair of that overarching important assignment area. And, but still a lot of those can go directly to the staff. And then my other question is, in the past, people haven't really designated their districts in a lot of the things that I'm seeing. And so that would then be Deb asking them, well, what district are you from? So then it can go to the right council person. So I don't know if that's kind of too cumbersome for people wanting to get an answer right away, or, maybe they know they right up front say what district they are, but I would imagine we would get, several inquiries of people that don't tell us what district they're in. So that could be, make it a little bit more difficult.
Councilmember Fosse.
So it's then Paula copies me on something regarding planning, and then if it becomes something then is actually relatable to the committee that I'm in, is there any problematic aspects of now involving Councilmember Vogely and Zarlingo that are also on my committee? Because then that's 4.
Probably in this context, if it's just sort of a passive FYI, you receive the email, but you don't reply back and say, voice your opinion or have a discussion, it's probably fine. And if David thinks I'm wrong, he can jump in.
Not jumping in.
Okay, good. Yeah, so if it's just, if it's just your awareness, I guess.
This is Cassie, can I just ask a clarifying question? What I heard, so what Council President Stonecipher shared, Brenda shared, is very much the past practice. When I was a council member, I would respond to the constituents, and I would do it on my own, and rarely would I CC the whole council, and what other council members were doing was their business, and they either wanted to get back to constituents or they did not prioritize that. As an administration, we respond to every constituent that reaches out to administration. The challenge is sometimes people reach out to just you, and sometimes it's not related to anything that is administration's doing or not doing. It's just an opinion, or if it's a question that we need to answer, like when is the sidewalk going to be fixed, we can totally respond to that. But if it's a policy, we want you as a council to do X, Y, Z, administration typically doesn't respond, because that's your individual policy positions or as a whole, and we just respond to kind of operational questions. So what I was kind of hearing is like, there's this expectation we respond to everything, which is probably going to be problematic, because we wouldn't want to misrepresent anything. But again, if there's a question about what the city's doing and you as a council are asking us to respond to a constituent because you don't have the answer, we always do that, and we're happy to do that, but we don't automatically respond to every email that you receive at this time, because many of those are just other resident inquiries that are not related to the operations of the city. Does that make sense? So
I think that's what I heard. Yeah, that there's the idea is like, if there's something a council member just, I mean, sometimes it's little, like, I know that was in that plan and it's happening, but Public Works Director, can you tell me exactly when that, when this is? Okay, good, now I know, and I can reply, be the expert, right, for my district or for the community. So I didn't hear that there was an expectation that, you get deputized to reply to everybody, but more probably a lot of stuff. You council members part-time, you need that staff background. Mayor needs it too. I remember that. And sometimes it is better to give it to staff, right? So if it is a particular, like a building permit question, council does not need to be in the middle of that chat. That's way better for that constituent to talk right to that planner that's issuing that permit, so they can help, guide them through that process, et cetera. That's a better process, and looping in staff's important. Anyways, that's what I heard, Mayor Franklin, that their council peer was kind of on the same page, but just needed that, they need some information, sometimes that background. Councilmember Ryan, you probably were going to say that, so I should have let you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I wanted to just use an example, so it might just to help with kind of zhush it out. And of course, this isn't, not all of the constituent inquiries that we get are going to fit into a perfect mold or whatnot, but we had the inquiry from a constituent who lives in Dawn's district asking about a park in my district. And so the chain of events ended up being that since one of us forwarded an email to Bob, CC'd administration for their situational awareness, and then it was my mistake, I didn't CC the Parks Assignment Area Chair, Liz. So since it touched all of us in one way or another, we were all CC'd just for situational awareness, but it's, as the person who forwarded it, I feel like that's signifying that I'm taking it on. It's my responsibility to get back to the person and start that ball rolling. And this was like early on, so we're all super eager to to be a shining star of a council member. So it should have maybe, and Councilmember Schwab and I didn't get a chance to discuss like who would take it on, but I think that's a good example of an issue area with a constituent in a specific district asking about something happening in a separate district and how the point person could be determined. So that's my example.
Yeah, well, that is complicated. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can all reply to everything that you want. So sort of, I guess, one scenario is that they get an email from Dawn, and one from Paula, and one from Liz, and one from the mayor, which is not horrible as a constituent. Not always great if it's like a factual thing and you get different answers, but ideally you've all received the same information. So, yeah, I don't know how to help you resolve that, other than it's probably kind of a little bit of what we've talked about. So if you're able to identify the district, then you forge ahead because it's your priority. And if you're not, and it's your assignment area, maybe that's where you kind of forge ahead and take that initiative, or you just reply to everybody because you feel like that's how you want to do this job, because you get to do the job of council member however you want to do it. Or you don't reply to anybody, because there are council members that do that too. And it might not be you today, but it might be you someday. You never know. Hopefully not. Council members are Arlene, go.
Yeah, just I guess for me at least, it's my thinking along from this is that I'm going to try to take a beat when I see these things and think through the people and the issue, the connections, and say, okay, now, pause and think through the process. And I think that what that would often do for me is try to consolidate this, because I do see a fair amount of frictional losses and problems with different answers if people do that willy-nilly. I can easily see that I would not completely understand something, not know some of the background, not understand a counter issue. And so I guess that's how I'll proceed, is probably try to remember to proceed at any rate, is with some care, to stop and wait and think through it a couple of times, and we'll see how that goes going forward.
All right. Any other thoughts on this sort of kind of, well, constituent relations, email constituents, et cetera, how you're, I think, okay, well, raise your hand or start talking if you do have thoughts. Any more discussion on kind of agenda setting for the full council or for the committees? I think there's kind of a understanding, and you can always bring stuff to council president, of course, or mayor's staff to bring stuff forward. Sounds like committees, transparency around committees is sort of, posting the agenda, so there's awareness there. I always worried, as in my old life, about committees that kind of went like totally sideways because there's like two real and extra energized folks on there that have this passion that is not necessarily shared by a majority of the council, and they're just going to town over here. But that might not be an issue, and with the reporting you guys have talked about, you may kind of, you resolve that naturally. So, Councilmember Vogel, you unmuted for a second. What were you going to say? Go ahead.
I think in regards to the agenda, yes, you can ask the president, and then you said, or go to staff, and what now? No, I don't think so. Wait, what?
So you can always come to me, I guess. So mayor staff is Cassie, Nick, or Lori, right? And so if you're, and this is something, we haven't had our meetings. Typically, I meet with each of you every month. And for whatever reasons, those fell off for January. And I hope that we will start them back up in February. And in those meetings, this is a great time to say, wow, I really want to bring that plastic bag ordinance or whatever. And I might say, oh my gosh, we're totally want to do that. Would you like to introduce that? And staff are already working on it. So there's going to be a lot of things that you want that we're already working on, and or that we it's on the agenda, and you might learn of that in the meetings with me that you have every month. And so there's so many opportunities for you to get those items on the agenda if we talk about your priorities, or if it's not on our agenda. I think the council president or those committees are perfect for that. So that's what I think mayor staff is meant when you have your meetings with me.
Yeah, Zoom listening thing. I did say mayor's staff, but I said it quickly, so I'm sorry. Councilmember Fossey.
So any idea on what the timeline is then for getting some of these started? Like, so I can plan out my calendar and agenda and figure out what we're doing going forward. That would be nice to know, kind of general idea at least.
Yeah, it sounds like chairs are, like, direction is for the chairs of these committees, assignment areas, to reach out to the relevant department director, like, immediately, whenever it makes sense. So, probably have that first initial meeting to say, like, what's your work plan? What's on the radar? What are things that would come through this committee? Probably share stuff that if you have ideas in mind already with that person, and then circle back with your committee members to set, either just that first initial meeting. So the Parks Committee, they already did that. So that's my sense of where things are at.
Well, for instance, the Public Safety Committee, I mean, like, I would like to get started yesterday on having those meetings, but I know our chair needs to reach out to folks, but we have some, pending stuff coming up. So how soon do we know when, ones that are scheduled for ad hoc would be scheduled? I mean, is this going to happen like next week, a month from now?
Well, reach out to the chief and we can meet as soon as we can. So, yeah.
I think a lot of the committee chairs or assignment area chairs were waiting for this retreat to see kind of what they were supposed to do. So the Parks group was just overachievers.
Councilor Zarlingo.
And I think with respect to Councilmember Vogler, that was also because of the pros plan and the discussions there. One quick question for Council President Stonecipher with respect to getting things on the agenda. Maybe this is a chance to tell us if there are practices that have been a problem for you in terms of putting together that agenda for you and Deb Williams as well. Is there any of that that's worked badly or that you'd like to warn us off of or gripe about?
No, I think we have a pretty good rhythm meeting with administration on a weekly basis to talk about the agenda, what needs to go on, and moving things around if we need to. If you have, but I think as we've discussed, if you have like an extensive report from your committee, that's something that I'd probably want to know in advance, and then we can make sure we have time on that agenda.
Do you, Council President, do you guys meet on Mondays generally or
Wednesdays?
Wednesday. Okay, well then the Wednesday deadline is, or I guess like Wednesday morning, Tuesday night would get that to you in time for the upcoming meeting, if that's, if that's what someone's aiming for. Lori.
Just real quickly, just so that the council has a framework, staff are asked to submit their agenda items 13 days in advance of a meeting. So the Thursday morning, 13 days prior to the next meeting, and then admin and Deb and others have an opportunity to look at those cover sheets, look at the agenda items, talk about the briefings, how long are they going to be? We have 3 business days in there, and then by Tuesday or Wednesday, so 7 or 8 days prior to the council meeting, we're really pulling 90% of the packet together. And so I think what we're talking about here is those things that have a sense of urgency from council. But I just wanted to give you that framework. So we're definitely working that far out to be able to produce something a quality agenda for you. So keep that in mind. Again, not to restrict you on adding something that certainly is your option and your choice, but just to give you a sense of how we do this at a staff level.
Yeah, thanks for that. Councilmember Vogler.
So hard to remember what I'm going to say. Because then other good things are said. Okay. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but in regards to the chair of the parks, we started because of the pros plan. And I know that when we ended that committee meeting, I was very curious as how on earth are we going to negotiate, like I think we're all on at least 3, probably I think 4 committees, right? So yeah, I'm the chair. I made this committee meeting happen. And I also am going to be in 3 other committee meetings. So, Mayor was talking about how staff is busy and they can't be everywhere. It will be tricky to schedule everybody in all of the committees. And so I'm just putting that out there. I guess it's just a comment that, it's a big year. Okay.
Please use Deb to organize calendars on those schedules.
No doubt.
Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, a couple of things. So I know in the past, there's a lot of programs or issues that are being dealt with like on an ongoing basis with the city projects and so on that take a lot of time. And I know every once in a while in the past couple of years, we think about it and we say, oh, we haven't had, I don't know what the update is. I need a briefing on that. And I do see where some of these questions just the other day, I thought about the riverfront project, with COVID and everything, I'd love to have an update on that. And so previously we would just like in our, throughout the meeting, if we wanted had an idea for a briefing or we talked to the mayor, can we get a briefing on that? But I do see some briefings probably coming out of the committees. And so, you know, in their conversations, like, you know, well, what happened here? Where is this at? So those kinds of things, then I think should probably go to the council president as well as the mayor. So then they can kind of take a look at that. But they do take time, you know, because then the staff has to find the time to collect everything and probably make a fresh PowerPoint and get us all up to date. But I do see this year we'll probably have a lot of those updating briefings just because we have so many new council members and things that haven't been totally put to bed, so to speak. And so we should, you know, just kind of expect that. But I think in the committee meetings, that could very well be some really big things come out of there for briefings. And it's the other mention of Councilmember Vogely was talking about meeting times. I know in the past we used to meet like the hour before or the hour and a half prior to the council meetings on Wednesdays, like 4 o'clock. And that kind of, you know, everybody was going to be together anyway by 6:30. So it kind of worked that we could like make them schedule them for that and not to exceed an hour. And I think that, you know, that worked pretty well. And I know a lot of staff is around on council days. And so I don't know, Cassie, if that would a good suggestion or not, but that is how we did used to do a lot of our committee meetings. And we would take turns. So there would be one like every Wednesday at that time.
Yeah, I am nodding furiously in support of that, some type of regularly scheduled time where committee meetings are, so we don't have some committees on Mondays and some on Thursdays and some on Friday nights, and you know that can be really hard for staff to manage their workload over the week. So knowing that, and then a lot of these committees, as council president designed it, are ad hoc, and so. And my understanding of that is that they wouldn't all meet every month because, again, 8 committee meetings in a month is probably too much for staff to manage. Now, if the council wanted that, it would probably have to be without staff, and that is totally council's prerogative at any time, right? But I think there's going to be a lot of content that you're going to need from directors, and so timing those in a way that we as an organization can manage is going to be important.
Right. What else do we have on committee structure? Kind of, I think when you get those first meeting schedules, I mean, that'll answer this question about like, are we a committee that's monthly? Not all of them are, but are we the first Wednesday? Okay, like public safety, that's whatever, that needs to be all the time. Or the budget one, I guess there's a understanding that is a monthly meeting, but all of the others are sort of as needed. And I think you probably, as committee members, probably also just want to kind of build in another sort of touch base on it in like 3 or 4 months, right? Because I'm sure you'll have your first meeting and then you'll schedule the next one probably like the next month. And then you'll just get into this monthly thing, which wasn't really the vision. And Councilmember Vogely hinted at this, but I think more than that, she's not the only one who feels this, that even having 4 meetings a month with the committee is probably a lot for council, not just staff. So you might not have to be on all 8 of them, but it's all, one more task, I guess. So I don't know that that's you can't answer that question tonight, and it'll be cyclical too, as there's things that come forward. But let's see. Okay. Anything else on committee structure, ways to get things on the agenda? I think that is a little bit fluid. I mean, I don't mind the fluidity thing. Like, I hate when it's all black and white and like you can only do it this one way. So I'm fine with settling on that, and I feel like that answers the questions we talked about. But there might be members here that are like, no, I want it to be a little more clear, which is okay if we want to delve into it a little bit more. Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, are you thinking about summarizing our thoughts on some of these issues at some point?
Yeah, well, I was sort of like doing my lame attempt at it, but yeah, I can keep going.
Well, or is there going to be some
I have more.
some
Yeah.
notes, just some general guidelines or agreements that we can come up on the subject?
Yeah, well, Deb's doing minutes for us too, but
Okay.
I guess here I can be more, I'll try to be more complete, I guess.
Just a touch more specific.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some consensus around some of the big topical.
Yeah.
pieces.
Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna summarize some things, but I see Councilmember Ryan's hand, so why don't you go ahead first?
I just have a suggestion. So it sounds like the committee chairs, the assignment area chairs are all willing to commit to meeting at some point, whether that is monthly or whether that's more issue-based. So maybe as council, each of us as a committee chair can commit to reaching out to our committee members before next Friday to get the pulse of the committee, ask them what they would like to see as either being a reactive committee, a proactive committee, if they'd like to meet monthly, if they'd like to meet on an ad hoc basis, whether when an issue area comes up, if they want to cluster meetings, you know, like for Councilmember Schwab, like I know he's really busy these next few months with sessions. Maybe there's more meetings during that period of time. So each chair can commit to reaching out to their to the members of their committee by next Friday and come back with an idea of what the committee sees as working best for their specific needs.
Good.
Yay.
Good one. Yeah. Yeah.
That was
President.
definitely the opposite of fluid. That was like concrete.
See, I knew there was some member of this council, because I have my council members that were like that needed the concrete. It's good. I appreciate it.
Do it.
Well, it's fluid in that every group's different, but it's concrete
Yeah.
in that they have their own way of doing it, right?
Right. Yeah.
I
Council
would,
President.
I'm going to propose that maybe we set a timeline when each of the committees will have met and have come up with some idea of their work plan for the year. My thinking was if we could get that all, so if everybody by March 1st, does that give everyone enough time to kind of touch base with the people? That's probably about a month. Touch base with your assignment area members, and that the lead of that touch base with the department director. Get an idea of what's on the department's agenda, what are the interests of the group. It doesn't have to be a full-fledged, but just kind of what are the interests of your group, and have a report back for council. And maybe we could even do those in a group at the council meeting. Say everyone gets, 5 minutes to talk about what they're doing. And we'll set aside time on a council meeting agenda for that. How would that sound?
I see nods and thumbs up. Okay. Yeah. That seems good. And of course, yeah, it seems like
We'll
it's
at least
achievable.
have an idea of what everyone's looking at and working on. And then the reporting could be maybe a little bit more self-directed after that by the assignment chairs.
Right. Councilmember Schwab.
So if I can just repeat what you're saying, is that we're going to meet with or have communication with our other two committee members, come up with some sort of guideline or plan for the rest of the year, and then present it at the council meeting.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So all the chairs send an email to your other two committee members by February 4th, next Friday, to coordinate when you're going to meet, in the coming 3 weeks or so. Probably at the same time, reach out to the relevant department director and loop them in. And then, so then one of those early March meetings, or whenever it gets scheduled, you'll report back on kind of the vision and work plan for your assignment area for the year. So that could include, like, we're on this monthly schedule and we're going to pull in department directors sort of as needed, or we're going to sort of email each other regularly, learn stuff about this, and when things come up, sort of whatever makes sense for that work plan. Yeah, and then it loops everybody else, you know, all the full council gets looped in on each of those assignment areas and what that work plan looks like. I think that, I mean, I think that probably resolves like, I know Councilmember Fossey said it, but somebody else might have too, and I can really relate the idea that you need to schedule stuff in advance. Like you either have stuff to do in your life or you have another job or maybe like a couple jobs, and you know, dropping everything to come meet somebody at X time on a random day, just a few days in advance is so, doesn't work like that. So I think it kind of resolves that. And then, yeah, and I think in time, the reporting piece, like how you report back to council president sort of referred to that. I think that'll kind of wash out in time. So more complicated things will end up being a full-on agenda item that maybe you follow that 13-day in advance deadline that the staff follows to prep it, either just to say like, this is going to be a big one. Can we get it, you know, on there in a couple weeks? Or turns out it was huge and it was just a couple days ago and we need to, like, you guys need to know about it. So it's the Wednesday before, even sort of the day of. You can add stuff to the night of. It's just that transparency thing, or you know, whatever is most feasible. Yeah, I think those are the high points. And then I had one other piece on the constituent relations thing to sum that up. But so on committee liaison assignment areas, Council President, did you have something? No, okay. You were just unmuted, so it doesn't have to be.
No, sorry, no.
Okay, no, it's okay. Okay. I think that summarized.
We
what
might
I
go
heard.
around and just check in with everyone. How's everyone feeling about this discussion? Did we get?
Yeah.
What are
sounds
your
good.
any remaining big question marks in your mind?
That sounds good. Yeah. Councilmember Zarlingo.
No, this is good for me since I was just hearing and talking with some of these directors, just getting it started. This gives me some real specific marching orders. That helps.
Great. Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, I'd like to make a note just as for discussion. I don't know how many emails you guys get, but I don't know. I'm expecting thousands this year. I would suggest that your committee develop a Teams channel, and Deb could help you with that. And you do have to be careful of what type of communication that you have in it. You're not supposed to make it a meeting, obviously, but within just the committee members, you can communicate back and forth like an email. Basically, something you would put in an email is communication back and forth. It's a nice collaborative option. And the city does have that system. So I've got one set up for the intergovernmental affairs, and I've just put some files on there for information that they're all public accessible. Everybody can go find them, but I've just assembled some bills and then just start a little bit of communication. I just think it's a really good tool just to try to reduce the amount of emails.
I do want to know when you hit 1,000 emails. I want to know.
I'm trying to avoid that, but I don't think it's going to take very long.
Well, I mean, like from actual people, not from like Go 50 or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember,
David, yeah, go ahead.
I do think that we're probably going to develop some information for you, some guidance so that you can do that kind of thing without running afoul of the Open Meetings Act. We'll get that to you. We've been talking about it internally because I know that's something you're interested in, and Councilmember Zarlingo has asked a very similar question.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, that's really helpful. The Teams channel, I mean, the piece of that, like it all lives on the city server, so you know, takes care of some of those issues, but guidelines from legal that would be good. Okay. Oh, I know. I was gonna just so Councilmember Ryan's question about constituent relations, we talked about like who's applying to who's in charge. I actually think what Councilmember Zarlingo said about kind of taking a beat and thinking about who's the right person, do I have all the information, and who's going to write back? That's good advice. it seems like generally if it's in, so those that have a district, if it's in your district, one might assume that you're likely going to reply, but that you would probably also loop in the committee chair or assignment area person so that they have that awareness. Like it's sort of the like, oh, okay, people are talking about that. There's stuff happening in the community about this this area. It's kind of a heads up for them. And then you can always reach out to the mayor team, Cassie, Lori, Nick, to connect with staff if you need questions answered. To kind of build, either to pass it off to staff because this is a, you know, kind of a routine, like they just want to know this basic stuff. They don't want my kind of policy position on this. Or if you just need some background to help answer a question. I think that's where we landed. And then at the end of the day, you're each accountable in the way that you would like to be to your constituents. So you can do a really good job or you can do whatever kind of job you want. And you can look at a fellow council member and be like, I can't believe you didn't write back. And you better move on with your life because each of you gets to do the job the way that you want. So you might discover that in time, those of you that are first stepping in. I mean, a lot of you have lots of experience with that, this issue anyways, you know how that goes, but that was where I think we landed on that. We're kind of close to 6. We could do a break now. If we do that, when we come back, we're going to move to council procedures, which has some good overlap with this too. So we want to make sure we sum up any of the liaison community structure assignment area thing before we go. So Council President.
I would like to call the roll now, just kind of go down through everyone and just hear what.
You said, you know what, you said you want to do that. We like went to 2 people.
I just want to make sure that everybody's getting their, this was a weighty topic and I want to make sure everybody's got their question marks answered and feel like they know what they're doing, at least for now. It's, it won't be, it's going to be clear. Hopefully it's just clear as murky water, not mud. But I want everyone to feel like they kind of know how to go out from here and move forward.
Absolutely. Do you want to just do that? We started with at least, I think, Councilmember Zarlingo and Schwab. And so.
Great. I'll just go on my screen. Councilmember Fossey. You're in the upper left corner of my.
Good to know. So for the committee meetings, for example, if being chair of the planning, we're moving forward with an agenda and say Councilmember Zarlingo disagrees with the agenda or the direction we're going, what is his, I guess, recourse in that?
It's interesting because, yeah, I mean, theoretically, you would vote on the committee. And if if it's 2-1, you would move forward. He could bring it up at the full council meeting, either as part of the report, probably as part of the report, that's what would make sense. Like, we're working on this, like, can I find 3 other people who agree with me this is a bad idea? That would be kind of a normal thing to do. Other thoughts? What is culturally, how would that happen? I mean, I know you guys didn't really have those even that were on council and were the mayor, when you had more active committees.
Well, I just took a motion in a second to get something at least out on the table. So the procedures were written in a way that an individual that had kind of their own hobby horse that they wanted to pursue would not be able to use the city attorney's time if they didn't have anybody else interested in working on that. So just not to, kind of not to waste time basically on policy that wasn't going to come forward.
Councilmember Fossey, I think I think that question is going to be more in the council procedure side of the house, which we're going to dig into after the break, I think, because there's going to be some procedures that we'll write into how these committees work, maybe. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
So you might just kind of hang tight, and that might work itself out in the next discussion. I'm not sure.
Well, fantastic. That works well for me. And I really appreciate the timeline and everything, putting that down more concrete. That it's good for me. So I'm satisfied with the conversation.
Okay, let's put that in the parking lot.
I'll make sure to remind you. Okay.
Councilmember Tui.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions. I'm really looking forward to having committees and working with my committee members. It's great to be able to work with staff. Love that too. So I'm really anxious and excited. So look forward to it.
Great. Councilmember Vogely.
I am also happy with this discussion, and I think I've gained, although we didn't specifically say it out loud, or maybe we did, that previously, we did say this out loud, previously the 3 committees would meet on a Wednesday, but it would be on public TV, right? But we have the opportunity to meet with our committees not on public TV, and it's totally cool. And we'll just get the information out there via report. So I just wanted to reiterate that if it wasn't really said. And we're going to connect by February 4th. Sounds good.
I'm just going to jump in, Councilmember Vogely, and I think whether or not you want these meetings televised is probably still in the council procedures yet to be determined. I think the previously referenced Parks Committee meeting wasn't actually a formal committee meeting. It was more staff sharing information with the council on a Teams meeting that is focused on parks. So it wasn't like a publicly announced, we're going to have a committee meeting and it's going to be on this date and this is what's happening. And so that's the way the committees were structured before. And I think it's still up to you to decide how you want that to be, how you want that business to be conducted. And that would be written into your new procedures. Unless I'm misunderstanding, President Stonecipher, please correct me if I am.
Yeah, I think let's talk about the format for that.
Yeah, the procedures the procedures say that, yeah, they'll be on TV and you'll have minutes. And I think they are different from what the sense of the discussion has been. So that'll be a good post-break conversation. Lori, go ahead.
I guess I don't want to break before I just, I guess I'm a little surprised. So after the break, we can talk about this, but the idea of televising most of the committees is concerning for me. We can talk about that later, but I don't think that was the intent, resources with our key lead, PIPA and such. So anyway, just throwing that out there and happy to help problem solve on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Zarlingo, you had already gone, right?
Yes, you've answered my questions. I'm in good shape. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, Pipa's probably breaking a sweat here and she needs to televise 8 more meetings a month. I wanted to check and see if constituent relations was also being put in the parking lot for council procedures discussion, or if we had come to a decision on it. I really think that with newly elected district representatives, it's a great way for council to be more responsive to constituents. So establishing clear guidelines and expectations of who the point person is to respond to constituents and ensure that they're being responsive to the people that live in their district. And if they're not, then that is more obvious than just kind of crossing fingers that somebody gets back to a constituent. So I don't know if the book's closed on that discussion yet, or if it's coming up after the break or not, but I would definitely love to have a little bit more clarity on that.
Okay, that is great. I think we could punt that to the procedures. Does that sound okay, Jennifer?
Yeah, it's not, I don't think that it is
Not specifically there.
It's not in the procedures today, but I will note it and we can talk more and hear more thoughts about it.
Okay. It is. I'm sorry. Is that all?
No. Well, maybe Councilmember Tui. Did she go?
Councilmember Schwab is my last one on my.
Okay.
All you swears.
Yeah, I went first there on the first
Okay.
round. So I'm good. Thanks.
Great.
He went and then we chatted and then I was like, okay, we're done now. All right, so
Now I can.
yeah. Did we miss anybody? Did everybody get a chance to? Councilmember Tui, who did we miss?
Councilmember Stone Cipher,
Oh, that's a good point.
Council President.
I'm good so far. I like what we've decided. I think there's some good, we're closing in on it without being too tight, which I like. I want these assignment areas to have the flexibility to do their work the way that it works for them. And I think one of the things that I've learned over the years that I've been on council is that the only boss we each individually have is our voters. And so I try not to dictate or decide what anyone else should be doing. I think we're all we all answer to those voters on our own.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Feels like a break, maybe, perhaps. So look, I have a little gavel on the wall behind me, but it's like attached to the wall. It's my grandma's gavel from her union in the 70s. But so I don't get the gavel, of course, but let's do a 10-minute break, or you guys do 10-minute breaks? Is that kind of the
About 15.
15? Okay, 15-minute break. So we'll come back at 6:07, right? Yeah, that's 15 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. See you guys at 6:07. All right, Council President Stonecipher, are you kind of bringing us back to order, or do you want me to just get rolling? You're muted right now, so.
Sorry. I think I needed to say we're back to the City Council retreat on Friday, January 28th, 2022. And you can take it from here, Jennifer.
Okay, great. And we are all back, although some of us are taking just a moment as needed, because we scheduled this just so you could be like, not that hungry at 4 o'clock and then starving at 8 p.m. So our next topic, council procedures. My thought to dig into the procedures was to maybe sort of think of them outside of the context of what's written right now. I think most of the section, I mean, there's some good content that it reflects how you guys do business and would probably stay, but a lot of it is, I think we might kind of kill ourselves if we dig in, especially the subcommittee section, because it's really different from what we've been talking about. So my thought is that maybe we just organize things, but maybe not specifically in context to the existing procedures, and then kind of circle back either at the end of the discussion or maybe even at another date to say, how does this all fit in? So what I'm thinking is these are the things that I either knew about in advance and they're kind of flagged in the agenda, or that we talked about tonight. And then after that, I'll say those and then go around the round robin piece and see what else you guys want to talk about related to procedures. So we may not have to dig as deep into committee management, but that's certainly part of it. There's a whole section in there right now. And I think if there's more detail on how, not just like what happens next month, but how committees are run, going forward. Probably agenda setting. I think there's an understanding of it, but maybe some language on how you get things on the full city council agenda. The constituent relations topic. Council vice president concept. And there's language in the procedures right now around council initiated legislation. Council President Stonecipher mentioned it earlier, but it is really focused on I have a whole idea ready to go and I need the attorney to write it up for me. That is not how this, I mean, sometimes it happens that way, but not often. So to me, that's kind of how do you handle just new ideas of new priorities that maybe haven't come forward before. So committee management, agenda setting, constituent relations, the VP idea, and then council initiated kind of policy areas, legislation, things like that. So what else do we want to make sure we talk about? So Council President, let's start with you.
I think that, I think there was a question about election of council leadership. And I don't know if that's the process or the timing, but I'd like to make sure that we are discussing that because it came up from a council member in their request to me. And then I think if we have time, this could be something that could be delayed, but if we have time to talk about the annual retreat section of the council procedures, it's fairly prescriptive. And I think that it could benefit from being probably maybe a little bit less so, but certainly if the council committee or assignment area structure takes hold and is something that we want to do, I want to make sure that we are referencing that in that section. When do we decide what those assignment areas are going to be? They may change over time.
Yeah. Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, I mean, I really spent some time, looking at the subcommittees and that whole big section. And in the last 2 years, we've made a lot of changes, and a lot of that was due to, COVID and the way we had to change our business. So I would like to see us do that section in a way that provides, that broadens it and provides us some flexibility to each year kind of, instead of rewriting the whole thing every year, if we could make it in a way that we could live within it, but still make modifications based off of things that we may not even know about. Or there's a big focus and we want to do it a little bit differently. But That was my one big thing on that piece. So if we can make the wording that way would be great.
Yeah. Councilmember Fosse?
Some of the things that I was hoping to look at had already been mentioned, but I also had a question about response to public comment or the opportunity.
Like during meetings mostly, or I mean, I guess that's when public comment happens. Okay. Councilmember Ryan?
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Schwab?
Yeah, I agree.
Councilmember Vogely?
I do like all those things. And also, well, I think it's in here, but essentially when to, there's so many bad ways to say this, when to silence a commenter when things are getting out of hand.
You like a nice way to say it is maybe meeting decorum.
Yes, I don't know any of the nice ways. So I'm sure it can be written and done, and I can do it nicely. I just, right now, it's beyond me.
Yeah. Well, it is always tough in the moment, for sure. And then nice to have rule or like guidelines, you know, so you don't feel like you're staring at a screen, not knowing what to do next.
Yeah, like so in public when we finally get back, and of course on Zoom, you know, or whatever computer application we're using.
Right, yeah. All right, Councilmember Zarlingo.
Actually, Councilmember Fosse brought up a good point, and we get written comment in advance of meetings, and sometimes only shortly in advance of meetings. And I do wonder sometimes I mean, the council members can read it and see it, but it isn't always clear to me that the public would get the same benefit of that they would if it was a live comment at a meeting. And I'm not sure if we can handle that differently, but it's now or sometime in the future, it's worth thinking about that.
Okay, that's good. Okay, any other ideas? I think I went around all the way. Yeah. Anything else come up that someone spurred that you were thinking of? This is a good, I think that's a good list. This should, and then, yeah, this is good. I'm excited. All right, let's dig in.
Sorry, one more thing. Sorry. Working council meetings. So maybe we're already doing, I know we're already doing committee meetings and we just discussed that for a whole 2 hours, but
you mean like workshop or work sessions or workshops?
Yes, because I know that some councils have those, and you know, we meet every Wednesday, and there's always actions, there's always consent, there's always this and that, but can one of those meetings be a working meeting or quarterly or something?
And this retreat is kind of a good model for how that feels, like what's different about this versus a regular council meeting. So, Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, to build off of Councilmember Zarlingo's comments about public comment, might be more for topic number 5 today of future topics, of just reimagining public comment in general. You know, if we ever do move back to in-person, you know, entertaining hybrid options, when on the agenda we could take public comments that folks don't have to wait 2+ hours to give their comment, or if like video public comment is possible, if folks could record a 3-minute video ahead of time and send it in, or just reimagining post-COVID world public comment, I think would be great.
You know, one thing that the council has done in I think gracious accommodation of people like me in the past when I pestered them was they would move the item that had that public comment up early on in the session. And Parks Board did that as well. And I think that as a practice shows some respect and consideration. So another thing that the council has been doing, I think was a great idea.
Council President?
Well, I just wanted to say that I would, if we have time tonight to discuss it, fine, but I would put this at the bottom of the agenda. I have been working with administration to talk about what the options are for return to in-person meetings, when that would happen and what we would be doing. And I know that Nicole Weber is on the line tonight here with us, and she can shed some light on that. But we've been considering what all those options would mean. There are other implications, and my goal was to bring that to a regular council meeting for us to have a robust discussion about that when it comes time, maybe a little closer to time that we would reopen, but definitely within the next several weeks.
All right. Any other things that we don't yet have on the table yet for discussion? Do you want to talk? I guess we can keep talking about committee management stuff. I feel like we have a good foundation of, you know, I mean, what's in the procedures is really explicit. Like they sound like council meetings according to the old procedures. Like just there's fewer people, except that more council members can attend them even. So then there's like really like council meetings. I mean, there's some qualifiers on that, but so kind of setting that piece aside, we've talked about, you know, I don't think you want to think about, is there a set timeline when a committee might say this is the agenda from our upcoming meeting, the way that you do with regular council meetings? Do you just want reports back, or are you thinking that the committees would, I mean, if they have minutes, it's probably going to be council members writing the minutes. So maybe the kind of the report, sometimes verbal, sometimes written, sometimes longer. Maybe that's the best method. Yeah, so thoughts about that. Is there, I mean, we've got a lot of discussion around that, so I don't know if we have to rehash it, but if there's more specifics around that. Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that, you know, we revisited it last year, and midway through, we had time as a council together in a meeting to kind of discuss how it was going. You know, what are the pros and cons? How is it working? How is it not working? And, you know, we've kind of, this is a whole different regiment here. And I think it's a great one, but, you know, there'll be some things along the way that we're going to make some changes, I would assume. And maybe what we do is every year we set a timeline by which, you know, we kind of set the process up, and we just started that today. And so I don't know I don't feel comfortable that we're ready. I'm not really comfortable ready to say this is how we're going to do it. There may be a few parts of it, but I think having a timeline in our procedures that says by this date, we need to have all of our committees and liaisons set and ready to go on this by this time. And so that, you know, we can the majority of the year conduct our council business. So that's the thought.
That's a good point. And it means you would simplify it. So Councilmember Vogtley.
I want to figure out what is considered a meeting, because that was brought up at the very end of the last 2 hours, and I was thinking that I had a meeting, and it turns out that I didn't. No, but for reals, you know, does a meeting mean it's an agenda and it's put out publicly? So, you know, what did I have? So what should I call it? There was 3 council members and 2 staff members and 1 person from a company.
As an attendee, I felt like that meeting went well. I mean, we wanted to continue some more, but there was good participation. And at least for this first meeting, staff had some specific things. I think they were already spring-loaded with a good agenda, with focus on the important things. And I have some affection for a little bit of informal stuff and not being so public, not needing to be public at the earliest stages, so that we can get our feet under us and get a little bit comfortable. Maybe that'll feel differently a few months from now, but I kind of thought that went well.
I thought it went well. I just semantics, like, was it not a meeting?
I'll call it a meeting.
So if it wasn't a meeting, what am I supposed to call it?
There might be a little difference with like the kind of the 3 standing committees that are described in the procedures and these meetings versus how you guys are kind of mushing together this assignment area subcommittee or committees or yeah. So yeah, Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, I meant no offense, Councilmember Vogely, whether it was
Wasn't
easy or
offended.
not. I think that is what this discussion should establish. How formal are these meetings? Are they informal? Are they with an agenda that's publicly put out there? Or is it just 3 council members with or without staff meeting via Zoom? So I think that is the question for this group. And then you will know the answer to your question.
Yeah, that's essentially my question. So yes, exactly what she said. Now, give
I'm
me an answer.
concerned about the load. I guess I would bring up the topic of the load on the staff and us to some degree if these are pre-announced, public and with agendas and all of that. That may be the right answer in some cases, but if that's other than the prescribed 3, if that's the expectation for all of these, I'm afraid that would sort of disincent some of the work on that because the load is significant. And it's my opinion would be the committee can decide to do that if they feel like that's important or if they feel like they want to bring the public in at that point, because then they're really prepared to do so with the right kind of focused information as opposed to the kind of less focused stuff that would be the early stages.
All right, thoughts?
So I guess, would there be, no, raising hands again. Would there be an official meeting style that would need to be placed into our what we're talking about right now, our procedures, or can we just let it go? Because I can totally let it go and just call meetings, and understand the Open Public Meetings Act. But I'm just making sure that we don't need to put it very specifically, or do we, into the procedures?
Council President.
I'll just give a little historical perspective. When I was first on council, we did have council committees. Some of them were formal, and they comprised 3 council members, and then there could be city staff there. And we would meet without public notice and without public attendance. And part of the reasoning that we eliminated council committees at some juncture was because there was a lot of concern and I think some criticism from residents and others who were kind of watching what we were doing, that was not at least might have been meeting the legal part of the Open Public Meetings Act, but the intent was not being met. So I would ask David Hall to weigh in if we're thinking that those would not be available for the public to attend. I worry that we get ourselves into the same quagmire that we were in.
Yeah, my recollection of that period is there is a gray area there, and it was determined at some point that it was just safer and adhered more to the spirit of the law if we treated all of those subcommittee meetings, even if no decisions were being made such that we could arguably say they weren't subject to the OPMA, treated them all as actual meetings and noticed them and made them available to the public. And that probably is the best practice.
And I wonder if it would be possible for us to do something a little bit simpler with these meetings, since we all have been available and using Zoom. would it be possible for these committees or the assignment areas, if they were to meet, would it be possible to set up a Zoom meeting that would be available on the website if anyone from the public wanted to Zoom in? And if so, would Deb Williams be able to manage that for us? And this is probably both a question of whether we should do it and a question of whether it is technically feasible to do so.
And to add to that, or just record it for posterity.
Technically, you can do both those things. I mean, you have an agenda and you just put the Zoom link at the top of it. You do need, the owner of the account, you need some of that management. So that's maybe a Deb task. That's the logistics of it. That's technically feasible. Councilmember Fossey.
Not sure if it's a question for David or Councilmember Schwab, but is there anything in the current legislature that might be going through that might impact our decision on this?
Anything in the legislature? I don't believe there's anything in the legislature. There have been a series of executive orders from the mayor that have exempted us from certain Public Meeting Act requirements during COVID, but I think those have all expired now. And I think we're best just assuming we have to comply with the OPMA.
Does 1329 not affect these?
I'd have to look at that. It sounds like you're more familiar with that than I am. Actually, I've not looked at that recently.
Yeah, Councilmember Fossey, 1329 isn't on my agenda, so it's possible that there's something happening in Olympia that the city hasn't been closely watching because it wasn't part of our agenda. But I don't know if Councilmember Schwab has any insight, or if you do, you should share it with us because I'm not familiar with that one, and Nick isn't on this meeting tonight.
That's one out of over the 900 bills that aren't on my radar. So it is now. So I'll report back. Or I'll meet with Nick. Maybe it could be part of our discussion next week. So thanks for bringing it up.
I mean, yeah. Generally, if you have 3 council members who don't take testimony, then all the Open Public Meetings Act doesn't technically apply. It is a best practice to follow, but
that's a position we've always taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, maybe we can think about this in so 2 ideas. One, we can hold this until after that March meeting when you guys come back together and say, we're going to meet like this. We think this is a better idea, and kind of sort of see what the lay of the land is before you try to define it. That's probably the best idea. Or my other thought was the thing I can't remember now. So council member, or actually Mayor Franklin, go ahead.
Oh, I'll defer to Councilmember Tui first, and then I'll.
No, you had your hand up first, I think so. Councilmember Tui, please go ahead.
No, I just was thinking it would be nice for us when it does come back, if staff could provide us with options on how we could do the meetings and what that entails and what's feasible and what actually isn't. So that'd be great. That's all.
And then I'll have Lori speak up and I'll chime in too, but I know administration and our team has opinions on this issue. So Lori, if you could speak and kind of when it comes to what's technically feasible, obviously everything's technically feasible, but what we have the staff and the resources to do, it might be slightly different. So Lori?
Yeah, I think the suggestion of staff coming back after listening to what council, the big picture, what is it that council would want, and then we can determine if or how that could happen. I think the idea of televising the formality of that with 8 of these committees, as well as the finance committee. What I think about is when the liaisons were created last year with the collaborative leadership model, part of that was a fairly informal conversation. I think most of our directors did work with the liaison on agendas, but it was a dialogue between council members and departments to understand what issue or what project or what, and share input prior to then the council presentation, which is public. You know, I think it was more of a collaborative effort, but I'm just struggling with getting my kind of head around all of that being formalized. And at that point, then maybe it's a council as the whole. It seems like we're adding an awful lot of mini council meetings. And so I need a little bit of time to think that through, but I think initially appreciate the opportunity to evaluate when we're listening tonight, what council really wants to see and what's important to them. And then, you know, what the options are. And thank you, Council Member Tui, for that.
And then I'll just add, you know, I think that it is very important that we operate with a high level of transparency and we follow the Open Public Meetings Act. And so finding a way to make all of this information that you're discussing, or even potentially the meetings, accessible to the public is a really good goal. I think the process that we have around meetings, and please understand that council meetings are not the only meetings that are televised. Districting commission meetings are televised, planning commission meetings are televised. So, and we have one PIPA. So it is, I think that we need to work on what that could look like. And if these other, so if the budget committee is kind of treated as one of those more formal, because it's in our charter meetings that is always televised or something like that. And then the other meetings might be handled somewhat differently unless we are talking about adding a lot of staff resources. Thank you.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Well, I certainly support transparency in this, and I was struggling a little bit there to try to distinguish what it was that was maybe core characteristic of the things that we want the public to have really ready access to that way, and early access to that. And maybe, and also mindful of the role that staff would be in when they're in a public meeting versus when they're doing a discussion or a briefing. And maybe there's a decision point in there, or a separator in that. Are we getting a briefing from staff, you know, as a committee of three of us getting a briefing from staff, or are we trying to settle on issues or prepare for decisions or hash out those decisions? And maybe that's the distinction, because if we're getting lots of those meetings, I'm just afraid of the load on that, on not only PIPA, but Deb and others in staff, and just, again, disincenting the early education, which is sometimes kind of tedious because a lot of us have a lot to learn about a lot of these areas, especially with a primary chair and then with a couple of other people on each one. So I hope we can find a dividing line there somehow, a dividing criteria that would allow us to have the informal discussions and briefings and then bring it public when we need to.
Councilmember Fossey.
So coming from a background of community advocacy and trying to bring accessibility and increase participation, I think even lower level efforts of recording, digital access makes it very, very much more accessible for our neighbors in our community to participate. So whether it's a high quality video recording or simply a live stream or a recorded like Teams meeting, something that maybe does not require a bunch of extra staff and something that could just be recorded and then saved as a file and then uploaded maybe later. Even those lower level things, I still think like help people that maybe want to be involved in the process, know what's going on. Maybe they work 2 jobs, maybe they can't actually go attend meetings, like that still makes it accessible for them. So I think our default should try to make things accessible while still being mindful of people's staff and resources and time. And I think there's a way to do that.
All right. Other thoughts around this topic?
But one topic, one associated thought around that is that if we are going to make things accessible to the public, then does that also require us to do an advance agenda and publicize that meeting and the agenda? Because if there's an expectation that the public attend, then I would imagine there's an expectation that the public get notification of both the time and the topic. Hence the concern about the load.
Right, yeah. I mean, the current rules are pretty clear that you don't take public testimony at committee meetings. So that might, there's an angle there that if you've recorded it, then the public is aware, and it maybe is not as necessary to tell people, here's where you can listen in passively, or you can listen in passively later. You kind of achieve the same thing, whether it's a published agenda or not. All right. That was as long as I could let the silence sit before I said something.
I think
so
we'll figure out the technical capabilities and circle back.
I think both the committees get together and talk about kind of work plan and vision, and then staff and Council President Stonecipher work on technically what's feasible, realistic, and
and what is easy, especially if we can have Deb Williams, our council administrator, do it.
Okay. Do you guys want to talk a little bit? You want to talk about public comment? Because it definitely came up with at least a few of you. So should we go around on committee management topic again and see if there's any last thoughts on it? Everyone is motionless. So I'm going to assume we're kind of good on the committee stuff. We can always come back to it if I don't know. I might summarize at the end anyway. So let's move on to public comment. So I heard kind of a few angles on that. One, I heard during a meeting, if there is public comment, like, can we respond or not respond? That was Councilmember Fossey mentioned that. Or when is it appropriate? There's also the written comment. So, there's rules around that. If it's a public hearing, it gets entered into the record. It's not always obvious, during the meeting especially when you're on Zoom, like, oh, there's a record that's for posterity, it's legally in the record, but it may not be quite so clear to folks that are there attending. And then I guess there's also the public comment in the long run. And Council President Stonecipher talked about working on the return to in-person and what that looks like. That's probably where we want to make what Councilmember Ryan mentioned, which was, can people comment via video, or what's the law? What happens someday when we're done with this? I think that's maybe a longer term, and it's a technical question too about how that's operated. So there's that piece, but maybe we can set that aside. And the meeting decorum thing. So, okay, public comment. What are some thoughts about that? Councilmember Fossey, you brought the idea of can we respond, not respond, what's appropriate? Why don't you kind of talk about what you think would be, what that issue is for you, or how you think you'd like it to work?
Well, when I was on the districting commission, we had a lot of written comment that was coming in, and it just seemed like there initially wasn't enough ability for folks to respond or have that chance to kind of participate, or have that even the theme of it kind of getting more put into record and notice it. So it was nice to have a period of not necessarily going down the row of, folks saying, do you have a, comment in notes, but more of a generalized, is there any, does anyone have any response? Okay, no, that's fine. So we have a chance to address if there was anything we wanted to say on particular comments. I think that's helpful, and it makes it feel like, the council is being responsive to folks, or it's apparent that we're not. So I think that holds us accountable. That would be my my preference. I understand if people don't want to do that. There is something to be said for having short and efficient meetings to make them accessible to folks. So it's, it's a fine line on that.
So do you mean after sort of we got a lot of written comment on this issue? Does any council members want to respond to any of that?
Just an opportunity for it. So because right now it just seems like we have public, they don't really dive much into any of the themes of the comments that are coming in, or if people are speaking, it doesn't seem like we respond much to that when our neighbors come and speak. And not saying necessarily that we always need to, but putting that out there so we have the opportunity to speak instead of just jumping into what our agenda is. I don't know if that's possible.
Okay. With that, yeah, okay. Councilmember Vogely.
Um, I have lots to say. So I really like to respond to people, and not just by how my face looks, although sometimes that's pretty telling, especially on video. And I did notice that when I was a constituent speaking, I didn't get responded to. And since I've been on council, actually, I remember Council President Stonecipher making a facial expression at me. I was like, "All right, she heard me." But point is that since I've been on council, and not because of me, but I've noticed that, especially I think Councilmember Stonecipher has been more willing to open it up or have somebody say something to the person that has spoken. So I think it's more possible than we know. And it is, I think it's very interesting because when it's live in person physically, I think one of our procedures is, I don't know, is it written down that we don't, I should look at that because now I can't remember, but there's just so many times where, people talk and then we're like, yep, okay, and the agenda. So I definitely want to be able to speak to folks. And again, that does take longer, just like you said. But I think we're getting better at it. And I think with a focus, acknowledge that we're here and we're going to do this more. I think that it can just happen organically. That's the word. Okay.
Councilmember Schwab. Oh, you're still muted.
Regarding this issue, I mean, we get two different types of comments. One, just general, that's not on a consent item or action item. And then one specifically to the action item. So there would be a lot of organization. I can't help think about some of the county council comments where comments go on for 3 hours sometimes by just putting them into the record. I guess it'd be more experience of all the council meetings that I've seen. I didn't see an exorbitant amount of council comments for the city. So, I mean, it wouldn't be bad if we, after we got all would someone read the council comments made in writing? I mean, and who would do that? And then I guess you could just go around the circle there and say, is there any council members want to make any responses to these comments? But there would be some logistics. Who would read them? And what if some of the comments weren't, were difficult at times? So I could see some complications. I'm all in favor of some sort of system though. Maybe there's, we just dedicate reading all of them and acknowledge that we've read them. And then if there's any comments we'd like to make to them, just so that the individuals feel like, we acknowledge that they're heard in the meeting.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, I guess as a suggestion, having been in lots of council meetings before, it could get pretty lengthy to respond to each person that provides public comment on the spot. And for me personally, I'm not always, I need a little bit of time to think about something or develop thoughts, and to be put on the spot for a response in the moment might be I would find that to be challenging. We do have the sign up process for people to provide public comment. And so as a suggestion, maybe there's a way that on the sign up form, there could be a, do you request follow-up after the meeting? Yes or no? So if people are providing public comment and they just want to share their thoughts, that's one bucket. Or if they're providing a public inquiry, they have a question, they want follow-up, they can indicate that, and then a point person could follow up with them afterwards so that they know that their comment was heard. And if they had a question or if they just wanted some feedback on their thoughts, then they would get that.
All right. Council President Stonecipher.
I agree with Council Member Ryan. First of all, I would think that reading the comments into the record would be could be at times very laborious. And remember that people write comments without having a 3-minute limit on them. So if we are to take and read public comments into the record, we will then of course have to take every single one we receive, some of which come from people who aren't in our community and who aren't always coherent about what we're doing or issues that are relevant to our community. So I would really be concerned about that. I think what could be interesting is if we, in addition to asking people what district they live in and what city they're in, if we obtain email addresses for people who commented. I'm not sure that that's on our form at this point. And that could be provided to council members who would want to follow up after the meeting, or written comments. We normally receive them all anyway. So I'm assuming that people are responding to those if they feel like they would like to. And then for the public comment, I mean, again, I've been in council meetings that do have public comment for 2 hours. So if we're going to be responding to that, you're going to take 2 hours of public testimony, and then each council member is going to opine for 5 minutes or more, because we don't limit each other in our comments. So I'm feeling very cautious about public comment opening up. We've had times when those can be helpful and times when they're not.
Councilmember Fosse.
Was not recommending that we read written public comment. More of just what I find helpful is we received 6 written public comments about the need for bicycle lanes. That's helpful. And then after all of the comments are given, then at least we have an opportunity to not grandstand, but actually respond in general at one particular time saying, I hear you on this. I understand, maybe we can look at that with the planning department. So they have some sort of response. And we're all mindful, being, fellow city council members, of having very quick and efficient meetings because we care about, our constituents as well as each other's families. So that is more of my preference, because as Councilmember Vogely said, when you were up there giving public comments, something that you've poured your heart into, something that you are very passionate about, and all of a sudden it ends, and then we just go straight into the agenda, that is not making our neighbors feel heard. And I think it would behoove us to, if we wanted to respond, to take that moment to say, I hear you, I would like to follow up with you after the meeting. Something as simple as that. It could even be our president saying, thank you so much for coming today. If you want somebody to follow up with you or check that box or whatever, just something. That's all I was saying.
Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, I did like Councilmember Ryan's idea of having that where we know if they're really wanting to have follow-up. And previously, when we've had neighbors come in and there was they were in some more times than not a distressful neighborhood situation or something, we easily pulled staff immediately as soon as they leave the room. This was when we were in person. Staff would follow them out into the hallway, get their information, and they would then take care of them in some way after their testimony. So, and I recall, that happening on several occasions, responding when it was something that was timely and somebody really needed some assistance from the city. So we do respond or have in the past. So, but I do like the idea of everybody, you know, do you want to respond? Do you want follow up? I think that's a great idea.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
You know, I feel like, especially in recent years, I think I have been heard well and have been welcomed in comments to the council. So I think that's a positive thing. I think actually at the close of the public comments, asking, doing a round of council members getting a chance to respond, I think that's a very good idea. It makes sense perhaps to summarize the topics of written comments. I think we will probably want to steer away from summarizing anything about or characterizing those comments, because that would be an interpretation that we'd be doing on the spot and might not be well liked by the people making the comments. But I like the pattern of summarizing. Well, we've got 3 public comments on this parks issue, and then go on from that. And to make the note, though, that those public comments have all been entered into the record. They've all been provided to all the council people actually, I think that's done now. So I think we're in a good direction that way. The one increment that does seem to make sense is to give an opportunity for council member comment. But I also myself in that, I think with council member Ryan would agree that it's often best to take time and think a little bit, because sometimes the initial response is just not complete and not as good as you can do.
Lori.
Councilmember Tui mentioned this, so I'll be brief, but I think in-person meetings made this a lot easier. There was eye contact with the president, and we knew when staff was in the room, and we were able to literally either address something on the podium after a council comment, or walk a citizen out and speak with them privately. And so I think from a staff perspective, we also, I really hear what Councilmember Fossey is saying. We want to be responsive to our citizens. They've taken the time and energy to come, whether it's a Zoom meeting or not. So maybe there's also something that we can work on with Council President Stonecipher in the moment, that if I know there's a staff member available to respond, as well as just an acknowledgement from the council with a citizen, happy to help work on that.
Councilmember Vogely.
I do want to say that yes, Deb does very well tell us the emails that have come in and what they pertain to. So there is that, she does that. And there are, though, a couple of times where people actually ask for their comments to be read into the record. I think I've gotten 3, in the past year. So it's not very often. And so maybe we need to acknowledge publicly in writing that no, in fact, we don't read them out loud, because we haven't yet, but maybe we did once, so that's all.
All right. So sounds like a little bit of fine tuning around, well, at a minimum, a little fine tuning around the comment period. To have council president probably sort of say like, thank you. And actually probably setting the expectation at the beginning too, like, here's the public comment period. We're not likely to respond to you at this moment, but if you check the box that we created, or you provide your email when you sign, I think you have to get the Zoom link. So maybe it's just a question of connecting the dots there. That's how you'll get you may get a response afterward if you requested follow up. And then, and then a little, like, the soft touch of this flat screen is difficult. So there's probably a little bit of that kind of suddenness, that maybe just a few comments at the end of it might help. Yes, Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that a lot of this is slowly happening. I think historically we never said anything. We sat there like statues, or you all sat there like statues, and I did when I was a council member. And slowly we're thanking people for their comments. President Stonecipher has done this a number of times, and sometimes you'll hear me pipe up saying, hey, Lori, would you get their information? Or So I think we are working on that, and we can formalize some recommendations for how we just write that in for you. But I know in the past, I had the same experience that you're all discussing, but it feels like we do try to, but we have to limit that response so that it is not everybody's expecting. And you might have 7 different responses, which is also kind of problematic, I think, at times. So I can work on this with President Stonecipher, and I also do pipe in and ask staff to follow up publicly when it's clearly that they're asking an operational question about the city, so that they know that we are on it. So just wanted to add that.
I'll make a quick note. I was earlier this evening looking, and there were a couple of messages from the public that ended up in my city's spam folder. So having, I think Deb responds to these things specifically, so at least they know they're received, because the world of the current email system sometimes, because of the onslaught of spam, means some things can get lost. And I think the public might fear, if there wasn't some official response, that had been lost, whether it was a public comment for a meeting or just a constituent email.
Councilmember Fossey.
Quickly, I'm just a huge fan of just generalizing anyone have a response instead of going to individual council members on a lot of items. So in the future, if that's an option for when we do some things and we go through things quickly, I'm a big supporter of that, because I know some of us will pipe up when we want to.
I'm a fan too, because sometimes I feel like if your name gets called, you feel like you got to say something. Although you guys did a great job, like last time around, you just echoed what others had said. So Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a today conversation or if it's for the parking lot, as you were mentioning, but I wanted to, speaking of public comment, I wanted to have a larger discussion about if we wanted to keep the same format of public comment, where general public comments happen at the beginning of the meeting, and then action item public comment happens during the action items. Like for example, at the last meeting, there was a person that was giving a public comment, and then they weren't able to stick around for the second half of their public comment because it was like 2 hours later. And I feel like it's not accessible for a lot of people to have to wait that long to provide public comment. So I'm not sure if that's something for the table right now, but just wanted to bring it up. Thanks.
No, I think that'd be good. Councilmember Vogely.
Yes, in regards to that, whether it's in person or online, I wonder if the person could have a choice, because some people may want, I know that some people want to like be in the thick of it and discuss it when it's happening, but then there's others that are like, kids, life, can I speak now, please? So I do like having the option that people can say their piece. I don't know about legally, like if it's during a hearing, it has to be during the hearing. So maybe there's a legal part to that. But if it's not a public hearing and it's just an action item, then can a person choose when they speak about it?
I like that.
David, do you have some thoughts?
I think I need some clarification of the question before I have any reasonable thoughts on that, if you
So
don't mind.
So in my experience, kind of what Councilmember Vogely said works pretty well. So you always run a risk if you tell somebody you can speak now or you can wait. If you don't, if you just want to say it and go do it, then they might say like, oh, I get a second chance. But it just is what it is. Like they might get 6 minutes because of that. But you can generally allow someone, even if it's an action item, they're speaking to the same 7 people now or in 3 hours, so they can speak at the beginning. I think legally there are very few public hearings where you're required to have it as part of that particular record, but you would probably say best practice would be that it should be part of the public hearing if it is. But you probably don't have that many anyways. I mean, like a budget public hearing or a planning.
We have certain items that by ordinance or statute have to have public hearings, and they have to have a record created as part of the. We've always taken a pretty lax view of that. That if somebody speaks during the regular comment period on an item that requires public comment, it just goes into the record as if it were part of the public hearing. So I think we take a very practical, functional approach rather than a very technical approach to that, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Well, that's good. Does that kind of resolve that? Is there consensus with council to provide a little more flexibility to your public commenters, that if they want to speak at the beginning, they can go home, or maybe they end up talking again, but it's not the end of the world.
Or, you get to speak your 3 minutes, but like that one person, he got his 3 minutes on one subject and couldn't wait for the next 3 minutes. So that might be a 6-minute thing. So that's logistics. And so that could possibly be allowed if a person is actually speaking on 2 different items.
We need to be able to prepared to really explain that, because I know from my own participation, I didn't always know how that worked. And I was happy at the graciousness of the council president by adjusting those agenda items to bring the public comment ones to the front.
And certainly during the Zoom era, we've been more flexible in that way. And we've often allowed people to speak right at the beginning on agenda items that came up later, just because for a while, technologically, it was a lot easier for us to have everyone talk at the beginning.
Right. Mayor Franklin.
I think, yeah, clearly, David Hall already shared it's perfectly okay to have anyone speak on any item at the beginning of the agenda. And I think that council agrees that we can work that out. I do want to hesitate from letting people speak twice in one night because of those marathon meetings where we're here until midnight. You haven't had those yet. They come, and we have 2 issues on the agenda where we've got a passionate room full of advocates and they all want to speak on both items, and we won't have time to do that. So I think it's just be aware of that limiting public comment is probably good. And people can maybe speak to both items at once. So it's your call, but I just wanted to give you that forewarning, as I'm sure President Stonecipher, Councilmember Toohey, and Councilmember Vogely remember.
Very much. And
Yeah.
also, I have also been in meetings at the legislature where your time gets cut, and you get notified. So, 3 minutes, 3 minutes is going to happen tonight. We've got too many people, not enough time. You now have to speak within 1 minute. So I think that I don't know if it needs to be written down, but it's definitely an option.
Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, just a thought in the past, and I know we would do it again, but when we have a big issue that's coming to a vote, and we know there's going to be a lot of people in the audience to speak, we've often moved that to the very top of the agenda so that people aren't waiting till we get through everything else before they speak. And I know we've done that on several occasions. So and that's something that a call is with, Cassie and the council president. So that works out great. And I think Councilmember Vogely had wanted to kind of talk about what happens, what can we do when a public comment goes really south and is inappropriate. I know that we've had occasions where what do we do? And so legally, that's a question for David.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember, what exactly was the question?
So when we have a public commenter go south on us in a very inappropriate way, speaking publicly in a meeting, what can we do? I know it always falls on the council president to make the call, but what can we do? Can we just shut them down? Well,
it depends on on what we mean by going south on us. And we have struggled with that issue in the past, and we've adopted some rules in the past, and it's something that maybe when we get to the code of conduct discussion, that's something we can talk more about. But the position that we have right now, the rule that we have right now, is that we don't allow people to attack council members individually for matters that aren't related to their work for the city. And we don't allow people to be exceptionally discourteous. But that's something that we can spell out in our code of conduct. But there, but we are pretty restricted in what we can do in that area because of free speech rights, right? We can't just limit people to behaving the way we want them to or saying the things we want them to. But there are some guardrails we could put on that.
All right. Councilmember Ryan.
I have another suggestion. What if we move the agenda order to have public comment right before council comments and liaison reports? So then that way, if we want as a council member to respond to public comment, we can do it during our regular update. So then we're not necessarily on the spot. We can blend it in. We're not going through the roll call twice. That's my idea balloon. Floating it out there.
Yeah, that could be.
I like it. Who
bad,
doesn't?
Yeah. The other thing that's good that I was just listening and letting you guys unfold this, but you don't, and I know this is definitely not what's been talked about, but you don't want to be in a situation where you're debating a member of the public, like one-on-one. So you don't want to reply. I mean, I would counsel you to not reply right away back to someone, whether you've got a good idea or not. Like, I think you've talked about the reasons why it's bad, but also just sort of like you get into a weird dichotomy. There's also a weird power relationship too when you're in person and you're up on a dais and you're talking to somebody at the podium. It's not super great, but the idea that we go through the public comments, we come to the council president makes a few thanks to everybody, we appreciate you comments, and then you move into the council comments and committee reports, and that gives you sort of an organic chance to acknowledge people who've spoken. Councilmember Zerlingo. Oh, you're not unmuted yet.
As David Hall had said, some specific rules. I think that's been really productive, and it's in the current procedure where we specifically call out the things that are not allowed. And my suspicion is we're on much firmer ground in terms of limiting comments if it's against a specific policy than if it's just more generalized. And that does put some load on the council president.
Yeah, it's tough in the moment for sure. Yeah. So probably most folks are okay with staff, right? Putting, and maybe it's part of that code of conduct thing that we have at the end, but putting some more language around and maybe, yeah, what it means to end someone's comment period. What does inappropriate mean? And where do we cross that line? So, okay. All right, good on public comment. Did we kind of capture the discussion around that issue? Couple ideas about, what the form or sort of what we're capturing when people sign up. What does the council president say sort of before and after? And can folks comment at the beginning? Something like, yes, they can do that. But probably, I don't know that I heard from everybody, but maybe there's consensus that you sort of want to say, like, if you're commenting about an item, you can wait, hear the staff presentation and then make your comment. Or if you just want to get out of here, you can do it now at the beginning. And that's your opportunity to comment on that item. And not let you get 6 minutes suddenly because you found the loophole.
Right.
Okay.
No loophole.
Yeah. You're right. Okay. I think that's good. I feel like that. I'm gonna look down at my notes. You guys start talking if you feel like there's something we missed. Let's see what's next.
Well, that's very good. So that way there's a little bit of noise. So she's working. I'm just making sure.
Okay. Make some pen notes. Okay, so how about it's kind of a straightforward topic area, the idea of workshops or work sessions. They're interested in doing those. So, that's often like a shorter meeting, like usually, I don't know, this other councils that I've seen and Mukilteo's, it's a 2-hour meeting, usually not a lot of topics, maybe like 2 or 3 or 4 if there's like little ones. It's theoretically more informal. You may not take, you probably don't take public comment. because it's more of a workshop for the council to kind of get their, you know, if you were in real life, you'd sit around a table and talk to one another instead of up on a dais. In this format, you try to have a normal conversation like theoretically you've done tonight. So thoughts on that concept?
Sure, I have some thoughts. So I brought it up and it might be solved just by having committees, which we've done. So maybe it's a non-issue at this time. Maybe it's something to revisit. I bring it up because I've been like, let's discuss. And it, which sometimes means interrupting each other, but not disrespectfully, right? But conversation, dialogue, no, because dialogue is just two. So conversation, and really doing kind of, you know, brainstorming where what you say isn't necessarily the answer to everything. And hopefully they won't print it, but maybe they will, and, you know, whatever. But being able to have just a general conversation about the things that are coming up and asking those general questions. So it seems to me like maybe we don't need to talk about it or do it because we have the committees. And so that's where I was coming from.
Okay. Councilmember Toohey.
Yeah, I think they're a great idea. I think the committees are gonna, you know, take help with that. But I think there's gonna be a few big topics this year where the council is gonna need a workshop to really dig in and all fully understand what we're trying to analyze and review. So I think that's just a call that as things come forward, the council president and staff will probably make that call. But they're great and we've had them and when we need them. So I do think we're going to need some this year. So
Council President Stonecipher.
I'm just trying to imagine how that would differ from a briefing on a big topic, which we do on our briefing agenda.
It might functionally be really similar, but yeah, Councilmember Vogely.
But it might be that we just allow more time. Sometimes with briefings, you really don't know if it's going to be a 15-minute or 30-minute. And, you know, we've done those like budget workshops and things like that. And I think they've been very helpful.
I think to me, a briefing is being talked at. And it's not much, you know, you can ask questions, yes, but it's not like just, I mean, I will say stupid things all the time that other people think are just like, why? But most people don't. And so during a briefing, I feel like I'm being talked at, given information, good information. I am not opposed to briefings, but a workshop I feel is more of a conversation of, you know, like Stonecipher, you just said something, I was about to say something, Judy said it, and then I waited, you know, just, you know, we understand that people are people. We don't always have to raise our hands. That maybe is just a comfort thing. Done, and I could go to Schwab.
All right. Council President, did you have something more or no? Councilmember Schwab.
Well, I think the workshops are a good idea. I would just caution to whatever that subject matter might be, that perhaps that committee or that work group, maybe they do the presenting or they're part of the lead in that particular workshop. And so there isn't an additional work on that subject matter. For instance, you know, budget or taxes, perhaps the budget meeting that month would be canceled and that the budget committee would lead the conversation or facilitate the workshop with staff, mayor's staff, of course. I just wouldn't want to make it another additional meeting. I think you could kind of combine the two together. If there's a subject that is so important or so affects us all extreme, like perhaps our levy rate, perhaps. That might be something we have a workshop on and take that portion out of the budget committee meeting. Just a suggestion.
Okay. All right, any other thoughts? I'm hearing sort of like, it's a concept one could try, but it might depend on the issue. And maybe the committees will help resolve it. Go ahead, Councilmember Mobley.
Oh, I'm just going to retract my statement that I say stupid things because they're not stupid. They're just opinions that others may not have. That's all.
There you go, for the record.
I second Councilmember Vogley's concept. The way I interpret it is certain kinds of interactions are good for certain kinds of work. And the briefing thing is one kind of work. The regular council meeting is another kind of work. The workshop is, I think, a specific thing that's really good for certain purposes. We call it when we think we need it, and certainly having it displace some other things and include briefing by the committee people, as Councilmember Schwab suggested, sounds like a great idea to me.
Okay. Any other thoughts? My sense is that sort of council president can kind of take this idea and, you know, see where it fits in during the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figure out what would be useful.
I think there's, you know, there's always things where like just the council members really just need to hatch it out and really think about where each of you is coming from on topics. And one of those will probably lend itself to this. And it isn't totally a briefing because that is a little more staff driven. And it may be something that's like post briefing or, you know, pre-public hearing. Or maybe that's a bad example, David, sorry. But yeah, I think you'll find something where that fits and you can try it and just fit it in. And maybe it's not a new meeting. It's just now we're going to call this a workshop and kind of manage it a little differently. So, okay. All right. Okay, so let's see. Do you want to talk about election of council leadership as a topic that at least one council member was interested in talking about? And I think some of that is the process for choosing your council president, which is in the procedures now. And then second, or in addition to that, maybe the concept of having a vice president, which you did in the past, haven't for a while. Council President Stonecipher, do you want to lead this off with any thoughts or kind of frame it up?
Yeah, just a little historical perspective. The council, prior to these procedures being drafted, the council used to elect the president for the subsequent year on the Wednesday after election day. And in many instances, that meant that outgoing council members were selecting council leadership for the next year, and they liked it that way. So it was a very long fought battle that was lost. You lose the battle, you lose the battle, you lose the battle, but then you win the war. And so we finally got it into our council procedures. I think it was actually when Council Member Tui was elected, and they were going to select the president the next year without her taking office. So it was at that point that at least some of the public felt the outrage that I've been feeling for many years, and we changed the procedures. It's not perfect because there's a lot of work that goes in on the city staff and directors side when they are trying to figure out, you know, who's assigned to this and that, and those are things that the council president generally helps organize. So it's not, like I said, not perfect, but it is certainly better than allowing those who lost the election to choose leadership for the following year. At the same time, there was always a succession plan for who would be the next leader, and that was the council vice president, which meant that we were essentially not just choosing our leadership for that year, but they were then selecting the council vice president, and that would be the leadership for the following year. And it was a way of really managing and controlling the leadership. So I have history with the vice presidency. I think that the prospect of just allowing many council members to manage the meeting when the council president isn't there is more appealing in my opinion. And I also don't feel like we should be presupposing who the leadership is for the subsequent year. A lot of things can change in that interim time period. But I'm happy to hear other ideas.
All right, Councilmember Vogely.
Since I have brought this up, and I think it was me, maybe other people too, I have learned a lot about the varying history and reasons and this and that. And so I do thank you, Brenda, for that history right there. I think something that I've learned that hasn't been said out loud is that the public may or may not really need to see us hashing it out who's going to be president. My thought was, why don't we have a council meeting and discuss each other's qualities, only qualities, not bad qualities, but good qualities, not bashing people, but putting out there, hey, this is what I can do, and this is why I think I should be that person, and having another discussion, because Liz likes to discuss things. That was more it. And I think I've heard now that the public doesn't want to hear you banter about all of these things. Just make the decision and you'll be fine because you have work to do, which also makes sense. So I'm going to talk more later. I don't have a formalized thought right now.
Councilmember Fossey.
I appreciate the change that President Stonecipher was talking about. That I think was a really great approach. As far as the VP, I think that sort of succession, like setting somebody up for success, and whether it's mentorship or just somebody gradually moving into that role is a positive thing. I don't think they necessarily always have to be the one that is the second in command to lead the meetings. You can still divide that up between different council members, but as far as like agenda planning and being a part of that process of that kind of leadership role, and the option for the VP potentially for somebody that wants to eventually be president, doesn't necessarily mean that that's what happens, but I think that is a positive thing.
Councilmember Ryan.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that in the past, the process has been used as a weapon to keep certain groups in power. And I think with the new cohort that we have here and the change of cohort over the last decade or so, that the days of using a VP position to be a weapon is in the past. And so I think that having a VP is great for succession planning. And I think that maybe shifting it to a council elected VP position instead of a president choosing VP selection process might be more helpful, just to make sure that there's a consensus and that there's folks on board with what a leadership succession plan would look like.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
As I understand it, in general, there's kind of a tradition of Congresses and legislative bodies not being allowed to encumber or impair future Congresses and legislative bodies. They are their own thing, sealed in their own particular period. And it seems like a 1 year or 2 year period where a council selects its president and a council selects its vice president is the sensible thing. That's what seems logical and defensible to the public who elected us. So I like the idea of mentoring people and rotating leadership, and but I think that ought to be up to the council itself, and not some council doing it for the future, nor limiting a future council.
Councilmember Schwab.
Yeah, I think having a council vice president is good and healthy. I do not agree with the idea that they're automatically the president-elect. So.
Okay. I heard it. So I've heard some support for the VP idea, but probably as a council elected position instead of the council president picking and kind of setting up that succession. So yeah.
Yeah, I know I unmuted. I'm just not sure. Go ahead, Judy, please.
Well, I kind of am on both sides of it because of my experience as a VP and a president, and then where I wanted a certain VP and was not going to get votes if I went that way. So that was the year was stopped with VPs. I was like, okay, that's not how it works. I do like the idea of sharing responsibilities when the president is not available for a meeting. I think that's great because you just kind of get your feet wet a little bit to see what it's like in that kind of a position, and it I think it's just a really good thing for everybody. I think it can be a great mentoring experience as a VP. And so, but I go back and forth, and a lot of it is the past, and but this is different. So anyway, just my thoughts there.
Councilmember Zarlingo.
Just building a moment on what Councilmember Tootie had said, I mean, there is some conflict here and some trade-offs, but it seems like perhaps a vice president position, if chosen, if we choose to implement it, could be a kind of an audition period where the rest of the council could see that vice president function in that role and make a choice as to whether they want them the next year or not. And that, again, once again, the council chooses the council leadership, but at least there is that kind of period where someone can demonstrate that they're really up for and appropriate for that position.
Hand unmute. I really appreciate sharing the load of when the president is unavailable. And I would wish that all of my colleagues would have a chance to chair a meeting this year. Considering that I chaired my first meeting in 4 years just the other day, I think is one of the reasons that I've got a little animosity, kind of a little peeved. But I'm super glad that I got to do it. And it's so for succession planning, VP or not, just having everybody able to take on that role and know what it's like. And yeah, like Zarlingo said, give us some idea of how it feels and how we see each other doing it. I'm really enjoying this retreat because I'm really getting a sense of everyone's thoughts and ideas and feelings, and it's very important to me. And so thank you.
All right. Well, good. That's good to hear. Okay, so the jury is out on the vice president. I think there's some nice to have that sort of mentorship opportunity, but still some interest in kind of sharing that mentorship with everybody. Like chairing a meeting, maybe going to events where council president is invited or can't make it. And then having the council choose my experience is council picks the president and the vice president. So I thought it was
Make this really fast, just that building on what Councilmember Vogely was saying, I think that maybe participating with the council president in that agenda setting and organization, because it isn't just chairing the meeting necessarily. The duties have to do with that, with the rest of that that element and priority setting, working with Mayor Franklin and so on. So once again, it's kind of, if we're going to do it, it seems like that the completion of that audition process and a broader sense of that audition process would help. And it would also give a person who was thinking of being a president an idea if they really wanted to do that or not. I mean, it's not free of headaches, as I'm sure Council President Stonecipher can attest.
Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct one thing. Can't remember who just said it, but might have been you, Jennifer. But the council president is often, you know, my second in command. Well, they are my second in command if anything happens to me. But if I'm supposed to speak at an event or something like that, if I can't attend, I often will tap the council president. But with the new committee structure and the different liaison assignments, I might err to tap anyone depending on the subject matter. So if it's going to be parks, or if it's going to be economic development, or if it's going to be something else. And so I think those opportunities to represent the city with this new structure are very much all of you. So it's not necessarily just council leadership, whether it's a council president or vice president, but it's each one of you, depending on the subject matter that would be tapped, at least by me in administration, to represent us. So I want that to be clear. And then I thought it would be helpful, President Stonecipher, if you kind of better articulate what the council president does, because I think everybody might have a different idea. And the work of a council president is actually very intense. And I know from my experience that I was a council vice president, and I was Judy's sidekick, and that way I loved serving as vice president under Council Member Tui, but I didn't have as big a responsibility in that role. So just kind of articulating that, President Stonecipher, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously there's managing the agenda, setting the agenda, going through that. There's a weekly meeting that we do with that. But it's also fielding emails and comments from all council members, looking at the requests and figuring out, okay, how are we going to take care of this? And, you know, how does this fit into our work plan? And then there's a lot of external forces that want the council president to arrive at places and attend things, and various other pieces like that. But it's really just creating and you know, kind of managing all the different constituencies within the council and their needs. There's also some responsibilities that are, you know, pension boards requirements that the council president attends and is responsible for taking care of all the signatures. I'm hoping that more of those will be DocuSign, but there's always a lot of paper to be shuffled around as well. That's the lesser part of it. But really managing, you know, all the relationships with council members is the big part of it. And then of course, being ready to step in if the mayor's out of town or incapacitated in any other way.
Councilmember Vogely.
I do understand that council president is mayor pro tem, which yes, if our mayor ends up becoming incapacitated or for whatever, then council president steps into the mayoral position. Mm-hmm. I'm curious though, and I think it's in the charter, and I know that you just said, Mayor, that the council president steps in for you, but whenever I've seen a meeting that you're not attending, it's usually a staff member that attends for you. And so I'm curious when I like the idea too of, I'm just wondering when that actually happens.
So typically it depends on the type of meeting. If somebody wants an elected leader there to speak on behalf of the city and I'm unable to, the first council member I go to is most traditionally the council president. All of this in the last couple of years has been really a moot point because it's COVID. And so we haven't, and I've been able to do all of that because if I'm speaking, it's via Zoom. And so, but often if it's just attending and listening and learning, I will totally delegate that to a staff because that is their full-time job. And then I'm not pulling you away from your day jobs to go learn something that I can send any of the staff team members to do for me. So it's when there's elected representation requested, I tap council president or one of you. And again, with the new structure, my hope would be is I would tap the appropriate person depending on the subject matter that was required.
Thanks. And I do like that idea. So yeah, thanks for the clarification.
Okay. All right, well, we have 20 minutes left and I know I've got a couple things I want to make sure we get to. How is the feeling on the vice president thing? Seems like maybe is there a sense that those additional opportunities will happen because of the kind of committee structure, those assignment areas? Or you want to talk, I mean, you guys are gonna have to adopt the procedures at some point. So I guess you could dig into this again later. You've had a chance.
I think I heard there was consensus, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Moderately so.
All right, some consensus to make, do you mean to make a vice president elected by council?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think you're probably right. I'll go with it unless there's some vigorous.
It's good. I'm not, we can't take a vote, but yeah, I don't know.
All right.
We can't, we'll see. We'll
can
provide it as an alternative to the document when it comes forward.
We can kind of take the pulse of the room. You can't make a motion, but yeah, David.
Yeah, because that was not on the agenda as an action item, and this is a special meeting, not a regular meeting. You can't actually take a vote and take action, but you can kind of get a sense of the room and then decide to take action at the next meeting.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification as
Sure.
well.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So VP elected by council, but we also like that kind of shared responsibility for these assignment areas and running meetings also. So council president, that means you have to miss, 6 more meetings this year. Okay. I think this is kind of straightforward, so we will knock this one out. The annual retreat language, council president, you just kind of want to make it not quite so prescriptive, which makes sense. Maybe the timing piece, because you guys had to take action in December in order to get this date, which seems like a lot. So yeah,
I think I don't want to have to, I would like to consider removing when it has to be announced, because in an election year, it's impossible to announce the date. You don't even have people on board yet.
And I would just say that, yeah, there's some years you might not even need one until halfway through the year. So I think having that flexibility makes so much sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys will have everything finally honed by the beginning of next year. You'll be, all of you, you'll won't need to. And it's also just a long section that talks about a variety of things that are probably trim it down. So I think that was a council president thing. Is there anyone, other council members that have any thoughts on that section? Kind of the details over the work.
I think it's cool that we're all going to be here again next year. Nobody has to worry about it. Unless somebody dies. Please don't die.
Don't jinx us.
Yeah.
Sorry, thanks. Another suggestion. Maybe, because I do feel like it feels like workshopping to me. So maybe it could be the fluidity of it talks about workshops or a retreat, or just having the connection between those two. That was poorly articulated and I apologize.
Councilmember Vogely? No. You're remuted now, so.
Now that I've raised my hand, I've almost forgotten. Let's see if I can get it back. I've lost it.
might be workshop. So maybe here's an area
Right,
where we
it
can.
was, thank you. So previous council retreats have been total briefings. So like we had transit, I don't know. So that's probably why I like this one so much better, because it feels like it's a council led thing, and it hasn't always been. And maybe that's necessary. I don't know.
Yeah, you kind of need both things, right? You need this, especially with a new team. It's good to have it like this. But you'll have, yeah. Okay, good on the retreat thing. Oh, let's return. Councilmember Fosse mentioned the like minority report idea. If someone disagrees with the track that a committee is on, there actually is language in the procedures about when you do a committee report, the other members of the committee can, I mean, I think it literally says can issue a minority report. So that's maybe the recourse that's in there now. Important to note, in case we rewrite all of it, or staff rewrites all of it, and we don't want to lose that, I guess. But so further thoughts on that? Councilmember Fosse, do you want to flesh that out at all or not? That's okay too. No.
I just like hearing, instead of minority report, I dissent. So.
Okay, the dissenting report. I dissent. Got it. All right, we'll leave that. Like I said, there's language and procedures. Note to not lose it, and I think it's hard to know right now until you start getting into your committee meetings, like how that plays out exactly. I think you will figure that out in time. I believe, okay, 7:47. I have two things left that I think we need to talk about. The code of conduct idea, which I think is maybe doesn't have to be super extensive, because it could sort of be a, yeah, that's great, let's work on it, like a yes or no concept. And then if we need to flesh out more the constituent relations responsiveness. So constituent relations responsiveness first. Any further thoughts on, like, do you want to make sure that there's language in the procedures about that? Do you want it to be a little more clear about your expectations for each other? I mean, I was like, yeah, you guys can write back to who you want to write back to, but that's me. You might want to say, I really think that that person is going to write back to that neighbor of ours. Councilmember Vogely.
Oh, and I'm already off muted. I do really appreciate that when a letter comes in to all of us, that almost immediately our executive assistant to the council puts out a "you've been acknowledged" email. And I know we had that one where like everybody was, I'm going to respond. And it was awesome, because we should be doing that. However, I do think that Deb, because that's her name, should put out an initial, not really an answer, but we've got it. So it's just really helpful. And then, yeah, she's not answering. She's just saying, yes, you will be gotten back to. So, and then we might all do it. So it doesn't need to be in the procedures, just, I don't think, but let it be known. Maybe it does, because maybe that's like one of the job description things, considering I've been reading all of those. Yeah, okay.
All right. Council President Stonecipher.
Well, I just want to make clear that Deb's response does not say we'll get back to you. I think it just says we received your correspondence. Thank you. Because she doesn't know if we're going to get back to them. But the other thing is that she makes sure that administration sees it. Sometimes they have already sent it to them under different cover, but and so she gets it to administration. And then the only thing I would say is if administration is responding to that email, I think that the council should be copied on that, so that we know that what the party line was, or what a lot of times they want specific information. But as far as which council members respond, again, I'm an at-large. I'm going to respond to all of those. So I'm not going to wait for somebody to be the point person. It's just my response to respond to everybody in the city.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, I also really appreciate that Deb gets back to folks right away. I think that acknowledgement's really important so that folks know that they've been seen and that they've been heard and that their emails have passed along to folks. Yeah, I think it's the next steps that I think would be helpful for me and for the other new council members of like what the expectation is for who's in charge of getting back to them. Is it based off of issue area, or is it based off of which district they're in, or where they're or if whatever they're writing in on is geographically based wherever that issue area is located. So I think that might be helpful to talk through, of just to make sure that, you know, we're not duplicating work or that it's not falling through the cracks or whatnot.
Councilmember Vogtley.
Now that you say it that way, I totally get it. Like for a while, I just wasn't quite getting it, but it brings to mind like the Open Public Meetings Act. Well, if we're all answering and we're all CCing each other, then it could, if it's more than 3 of us, be a serial meeting because our responses are with everybody. So if we are not CCing, then that would, I think, I'm sure David's going to tell us, if we're not CCing each other, then we're not relaying information back and forth via somebody else. But if we are, then that's a problem.
Yeah, we provide trainings on this periodically, and we send memos out periodically. And it sounds like with especially 4 new council members, it's time to send out some more guidance on this. So I'll work with Ramsey, who's our expert on these issues, and we will get you some detailed guidance that answers all these questions moving forward.
And really, it's probably for the oldies that have been here that haven't had the guidance.
It's for all of us. A lot of it's counterintuitive, and it's good to be reminded.
Council President Stonecipher.
Sorry. I just want to say that I think that there's merit even for people who are seeing comments from residents who are not in their district to know what's going on citywide. I mean, you may not, those people may not be voting for you, but if you're hearing, you know, hey, there's, you know, graffiti problems in this area and that area and the other area, then you're kind of like, okay, I get it now why my district is getting hit with graffiti. It's not just, you know, in my district that this is occurring. So it's good to know kind of, again, what's happening citywide.
Okay. I guess I would say, in the interest of
Lori
time,
has her hand up. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just can't.
I think
I
very briefly reiterating what the mayor said, which was there are times when we don't feel like it's appropriate for administration, but those are rare. And so I think we can all glean when we see an email just specifically to council and it's a policy question. You know, to me, it's not too hard to figure out, okay, that's not something that I can reply to or a department head should reply to. Those that are very fact-based and, you know, most of what we see, there is some value in providing some information from the staff, then yes, if we do reply, then including council so they can see our reply makes a lot of sense. So I think it's just those, there's a little bit of a bucket here where I remember one recently and I'm like, you know, those are big policy questions. We know that that person has responded to staff several times and sent information. They want to know what council members think. So there's that little small percentage that we're going to have to work through on a case by case.
Okay. Okay, so we've got understanding of the kind of the Deb pro forma. We received your comment, thank you, email. There's some desire to have some like maybe kind of standing rules around who might you expect to reply on topics? And then how staff replies too. So admin staff, CC, and council if they're doing a big backgrounder reply. Councilmember Zarlingo.
A quick note, it might have been brought up before, but Deb's responses specifically often say who she sent it to. So if it's to the entire, or to administration or to the council distribution list. And I think that's an important element because it saves it from being a kind of a generic, oh yeah, thank you for your letter, we received it. So that extra element of it where it can be done that way is really helpful because they know it's going to the right place.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it helps you guys too. So if you know, okay, this already got sent to this.
That's true.
department.
I look at that part of the message too.
Yeah. I don't have to forward it as well, so. Okay. Councilmember Vogely.
Are we discussing in the next 4 minutes, so 3 and now going to be 2 because I'm just keep talking, exactly the layout of the agenda? I know we've said stuff about Pledge of Allegiance. We haven't discussed, like that type of thing. Because like in here, you don't know where I'm pointing.
No, I do. In the procedures, like pages 1 and 2, it's ABC.
Yes, exactly. When we started Zoom, we were saying the Pledge of Allegiance like for a year and a half. But we're not following procedure. And then it was brought up. So I'm just curious about that.
I didn't have it on my list, but
and I didn't mention it at the beginning, but I figured it was like agenda order of procedures. So I thought it was part.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
I might say that there's been a few things that have been brought up here. And so let me work with administration on that. And can I bring that back to a council meeting that we can then discuss that?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, because I think there's a couple shuffles that I know that we can make, and then maybe we can think that through, and then we'll bring it back to a council meeting and have the discussion there.
We can workshop it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, given time, I suspect we're going to have to table the code of conduct discussion as well.
So now's the time to get really, really angry and interrupt all of you, right? Okay.
That's right. Yeah, it's before there's a problem. That's why. Yeah, are some head nods at the idea of a code of conduct as something to at least investigate? And
I think we should default to the RCWs that are already in place coming from another level of government. I know that they're very thorough, and until we encounter some sort of effect that needs to change it later, I think we should just go forward with the way it is.
Okay.
That was the quickest theme all night.
Yeah, I mean, generally, that's what lots of cities do. It's just that there's all the RCWs that address this, and then it's just if you want to, provide more clarity or more restrictive things. So, okay. Any other quick thoughts on code of conduct? Sorry to not do it justice. Okay.
Send us the link to the RCW.
There are some links in that little memo. So, because there's like there's different laws that apply basically. So, and yeah. Okay. Well, next steps, future topics. I mean, I think there are a variety of things, especially the specific language around procedures that need to get fleshed out and reported back on. You guys have your marching orders on the committees, getting together in the next month-ish and then reporting back, and I think coming to a good understanding of like how they operate, what the logistics are, how the agendas happen and reports and all that. I think you've got some fine tuning to do, but you'll start to figure that out as you actually have them meet. Let's go around and if there's anything we didn't talk about that you want to talk about at another similar type forum, whether it's like a meeting just like this or maybe on a council agenda. So council members Zarlingo, what did we miss that you wish we talked about?
I don't think I have anything more here. There are a couple of pieces that we could extend later on. I kind of like this format like this, and maybe a shorter version of this sometime that we might do a couple of times a year rather than the long, or not instead of, but maybe in addition to the longer one, but as needed. And this kind of, again, more interactive thing we've had has been pretty productive for me.
Good, great. Councilmember Vogely. Oh, Fosse, I see that.
I'll let Fosse go because she raised her hand.
Yes, Councilmember Fosse, please go.
Thank you. Outreach avenues to reach our constituents and to get that back and forth going and feedback on different, I'd like to eventually go into that a little bit more in detail, amounts possible.
Okay.
Yeah, very good. And I just wanted to say a joke that we've all been looking at the clock, I see, for like the past 8 minutes. And I'm wondering if anybody has an analog clock and used to be in public school and just were waiting, and books down, go. Okay, thank you for this meeting.
Councilmember Schwab.
I just have to echo, it's a long meeting, a lot to process. And I think having another one later down the road, I guess we can call it a workshop, maybe make it 2 hours. That'd be great.
Councilmember Ryan.
Nothing from me. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's time, and I look forward to working with you this next year. I guess I did have something. Okay, thanks.
There you go. Council member, we went to Fosse. Councilmember Toohey.
No, I just want to thank Jennifer for being with us tonight and really getting a lot of work done. And I really enjoyed working with all the council members tonight and just having some great conversations. So I look forward to kind of finishing up the loose ends and another little mini workshop later down the road. So that's it.
All right.
And Jennifer, can we have you back?
Oh, I mean,
You're a little less busy now, right?
I have more time on my hands for sure. Yeah, absolutely. This has been fun. So, Council President, go ahead.
Well, I first of all wanted to thank you, Jennifer, for being here with us tonight. So helpful to have someone facilitating these conversations and getting, keeping us on track with what we're talking about. And thank you to my council colleagues for all of your great input. I feel good about where we got. We covered a ton. I can't believe how much we got through. I was worried we were going to get through about half that much. And just a few things left to follow up on. I'll work with legal to get a draft, an edited council procedures document that will come forward at a future council meeting for consideration and adoption. City staff, Mayor Franklin, and everyone else who's here, thank you for hanging out with us on a Friday night from 4 to 8. You deserve combat pay for that. That's all from me.
Awesome. All right. Well, it has been fun. And yeah, thanks for indulging me. I love running a meeting. So, and just like Council President said, thanks to the staff for being on the line too, and for their expertise. I know you guys all appreciate it. So, all right. I don't have anything else. It's 8:03, not too bad. Council President.
Perfect. We are adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Haven't had